I've been through one of these. It's pretty,
Right, yeah.
pretty informative.
Don't give them up.
Like interesting.
Hello?
Okay.
That works.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Hello. Just for everybody's information, directors, this is actually being broadcast live. And so, because it's an open meeting to the public. So when you're talking, please make sure you're using the mics. And also remember that this is being broadcast live. And so when you're talking, that they can hear everything from away from the mic towards the mic. So be cautious of that. So make sure that we have respect while the other people are talking as well. So thank you.
Please make sure you talk directly into the mic, 3 to 6 inches or 6 to 12 inches from the mic, not into the side.
Commissioner Garza's on his way.
Okay.
What we're gonna call.
Page 2.
Thank you.
If you want to call it to order
Give it to you? Yeah.
and then I'll hand it back and then we'll.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Ms. Novak. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order. This meeting is a strategic planning session, and we're being facilitated today by Ms. Kathleen Novak. And so, Ms. Novak, I'll give you the floor.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you here for this very important work today. And I kind of feel like I'm coming out of a cocoon, right? This is like the farthest I've been from my home in over a year. Getting on the airplane to come down here, it was like kind of this sense of rebirth. Of course, I also left a raging snowstorm with 6 inches on the ground, so it was nice to come down here as well. So our purpose today is really to set the stage for the next 3 to 5 years. Come up with some priorities, really figure out what you all want to accomplish for your community, how do we prioritize that, and then for the commission to give the direction to staff on how to allocate resources and effort to achieve that vision that you all come up with. So when we walk away today, we will have, hopefully, when you can't lick your fingers to move the, the paper. So our desired outcomes, enhanced relationships, right? It's been a long time since we've been holed up and really coming out, being able to share, listen, discuss, and prioritize programs and initiatives to give that direction. So we will have that prioritized list. And this is kind of a simple way to say it, but agree on the answer to, so what's the city working on? So when citizens ask, when you're running into people at the grocery store, at church, at the park, as you're living life, and they come up to you and say, so, what are y'all working on? Did you have an idea of what that is? When I was an elected official, I was always frustrated when consultants would come and force me to prioritize, right? Which is more important, your police department efforts, your parks efforts, or your water efforts?
Water.
Yeah, exactly, right? All of the above. How can you say one is more important than the other? And yet, we have to make choices in terms of timing and when. And so that's what we're here to do today. Commission, it's exciting because your residents are looking to you to kind of bring your ideas and your expertise, and the staff who work every single day in these areas, what is it that they know and that can inform this to really continue making Clovis the place that people are living. They choose this place, and there's a reason. How do we enhance that to really meet their needs? And I think this is a particularly exciting time to do this, right? As we're coming out of the pandemic, there's a light that you don't feel is like the oncoming train. And you all have the choice right now and the opportunity to purge what hasn't been working, to rethink priorities, and be intentional about where you're going and what you're doing. That you can make the new normal anything you want it to be, which is an exciting thing at this point. So, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you for some opening comments.
Thank you for that, Ms. Novak. And again, welcome to everyone, city manager, department heads, staff. It's great to come together like this. In fact, I think since I've been mayor, we've not had this many people in the North Annex to come together for something like this. And this is important. So thank you for carving out time from your schedule to participate in this. Your input, your vision for the future is as important as anyone's, and so I appreciate you being here. And commissioners, you know, if you think about our role, you know, the citizens of Clovis have chosen us to represent them in setting policy and setting budgets. But important to remember today, they've asked us to be the ones that would set vision and set the course, the path that the community and that our city will be on for the years to come. And that's a great privilege that we have to do this. So thank you for your time, your investment of time in doing this today. And I think that, you know, how successful we'll be in the next, I think Ms. Novak said 3 to 5 years, but, you know, 5 to even further out. You know, if you think about how we would measure our success as public officials, those elected to represent the citizens, I think it's going to depend on our success would depend on how well we listen to each other, how well we listen to department heads here at the city, as well as listen to our city manager. And we need to listen to the people. We need to listen to the people of Clovis, and that's what we're here to do. And listening to one another and valuing each other is going to be vital in our success going forward. And no one person gets things done, right? We have to work together. So our success and the success of our community is going to be dependent upon us having put effort into shared visions, shared goals, and that's what today is about, is establishing those priorities. Establishing those priorities that we can all point to, as Ms. Novak said, as this is what we're working on. This is where we're headed as a community. And so that really starts today, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited to listen, to have us each listen to one another and value one another and identify those things that will be our priorities. And then having identified those, we'll be able to track and measure success. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the investment of time. I ask you to just give yourself to this process. And thank you, Ms. Novak.
All right. Manager, would you like to add a few words?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor and Ms. Novak, for pulling this all together and bringing the concept of strategic planning forward to us. It's obviously not something that we've completed since 2013, and you'll notice that in your packets. And based off of, and going back and reviewing what the strategic planning session resulted in 2013 and the accomplishments that we've made since then are tremendous. And so, like the mayor said, it gives us that vision to move not only each one of your individual departments forward, but to move our city forward. And so the mayor has talked about the importance of this. And so what I would encourage each of our directors to do is, not only are you representing your departments individually, but you're also users of all of our facilities. So your input is as important for each other's departments as it is your own. So I encourage everyone to participate, realize that this is a team effort, and that's how we bring the best ideas forward and the best visions forward to make our community great and make sure that we're all on the same page moving forward. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
All right. So to get this started, I know we're in the prime time spot here, right after lunch on a Monday afternoon, right? So I'm going to ask you all to join me and actually get up, maintaining physical distance. And over on the wall, you will see I've got a roller coaster. Some of you may be great fans of roller coasters, some may not. But I'd like you to take a marker and put your name kind of where you think you are this afternoon in terms of energy, excitement, feelings. And let's just see kind of where we all end up, okay? And then as you come back, you can get your sustenance for the afternoon. Yep.
Russell's the only one who can't sure.
Direction on the board.
Well, I was given the crowded. I don't want to get it. Oh, that's right. I can't.
You want me to go ahead and delegate this to you? I'm under the roller coaster.
Close enough, I don't have to move too far.
Cookie, just a nice corner to sit dressed up. It'll do, huh?
Yes, some stories go both ways.
I knew there were gonna be cookies. I knew there were gonna be cookies. Yeah, you had to. That's why I'm late. It's gonna be interesting. When are you gonna have a horse over there?
And I'll know more after we do.
I'm wearing my cowboy shirt, so they had this.
That's why you're late. That's why you're late. I go down and get your coffee, huh?
I call it in, I show up, and they're still working on it.
Where do you go?
Go from Blackwater to Java Loft. Although it looks like it says McDonald's there. So, different places.
Wherever's closer, huh?
Yeah.
Wednesday, we got a full.
I got an email today telling me that I could come on my vaccine.
Did you go for the cookie? I really needed a cup of coffee more than anything.
No, I had taken it.
I did. I thought if I made a mental note that I was on the up, I would be.
No, you're not. But you can have a say so.
I have a broken foot.
I'm not gonna comment on that. Because I had it first.
I was too late.
I figured it'd be better for you because I'm heavier than you and I was pushing it down, so I thought maybe.
I think that chair, when I came to the commission meeting on Thursday, I got that chair and I switched it over there. I think that chair keeps getting,
I can't scoot at all.
it feels like it's cutting into the carpet when you try and move it.
That post is all enough.
Yeah.
The ones right in the middle.
Oh, that's
So I'm done.
so if I stand. Like another chair, but then I'd be uncomfortable.
I wonder if you raise the seat up, if that'll pull the, it's back here.
All right, thank you all for doing that. Number one, it got you up and moving, you got your snacks and food, but you're not off the hook yet. because now I want to hear why you put yourself where you did, okay? And I'm going to start by introducing our newest member. So Justin, do you want to introduce him?
Absolutely, and directors and commission and mayor, I'm sorry, I should have introduced our new Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Russell Hooper. He comes to us from the city of Dallas, where he has been with the Parks Department for many years, starting from the irrigation side of the house all the way up to the management side of the house. So his experience is vast. And so I'm looking forward to having Russell on board, bringing that knowledge to us, learning about the city of Clovis, looking at ways that changes that we may need to make or may not need to make. And so Russell's on board. Today's his first day. He has his strategic plan already laid out. It's amazing. And so good luck to him. So Russell, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
All right, so with that, we're going to start with Russell and then go around the room with a brief explanation of where you wrote your name on the roller coaster and why.
Okay, I'm here. I wrote my name at the very beginning because it is. It's the beginning of a journey. It's there's going to be some uphill climbs, but there's going to be a lot of loop-de-loops and a lot of downhills and a lot of excitement. So I'm beginning my journey here and look forward to it.
Great, thank you. Chief.
Chief Ford. So I really didn't know, so I put myself over there because I'm just.
You got to get close to the microphone.
Chief Ford, I put myself over on one of the hills because, one, I wasn't sure what concept you're going for there. And two, that's kind of where I feel like I'm at right now, top of the hill.
See, I want to keep you guessing and thinking all day. Keep you inspired. Clint.
I put myself at the last loop over there. I kind of feel like I've been here a long time. I'm kind of at the end of my career, maybe, and but I am on a high note right now. So
That's great. Barbara?
So I put my name at the bottom of the first big hill because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and that's the way my morning has been. So I'm just now finally winding down to the bottom of that hill.
Awesome. Megan?
I put my name at the beginning of the hill going down because I feel like that's where I'm at now as a new commissioner. When the roller coaster gets to the top and all the cars get behind you and then it starts going really fast. That's kind of where I'm at.
Great. And Mary Lou, I'm going to put you on the spot here. So the metaphor is a roller coaster. So where would you put yourself in terms of a roller coaster about how you are feeling today and for this session?
I think I'm on the downward side of the last small loop. And the reason for that is, like Clint, I'm at the end of my career, and I feel like we've done a lot for transit, and there's still a lot more to do.
Great. Thank you. Helen?
I put myself at the middle of the first loop going down because it's time to wind down for the day.
As long as we've got you still engaged because there's more loop-de-loops coming.
Yes.
Yes. Fidel?
Okay, I put myself down close to the beginning of it because we're starting a new strategic planning because the last one we finished most of it, so I figured that this is a new start.
Wonderful. Perfect. Mayor?
I put myself on the ascent because I feel like that there's a lot of exciting stuff in store and we're building up and it's about to get really good.
Awesome. Chris?
Okay, I put myself on the right after the top and felt like, we've accomplished a lot through the years and we've still got a ways to go and we've got a lot to accomplish. I'm excited about where we're going.
That's great. Juan?
I put myself almost getting to the top. And I've been here almost 20 years, and you never get to the top.
Very good.
Okay? So I feel like we still need to, this is a work in progress. It's never done. So we need to hopefully one day get to the top and ride as fast as we can because we've done it.
There you
But it's
go.
still getting to the top. It's never accomplished.
Perfect. Lauren?
I put myself on the downward of the first big hill because I've gotten through my first year as a commissioner and there is still a lot to come.
That's great. Wonderful. Justin?
I put myself at the top, not knowing that you couldn't ever make it to the top. But if you ever ridden a roller coaster, when you get to that top of that first hill, it's a great opportunity to look out and actually see what's happening around the rest of the theme park or the community or whatever else. So I have a great opportunity to sit here and look out and see over all of our departments and see over our departments and all the other things that are happening. Also at the top of the roller coaster is where your heart just really starts to beat and you have that sense of urgency as you're about to go over the edge. And so I feel like that's kind of where we are. We've been talking about strategic planning for some time now, and here we are, today's the day, and we're about to go over that edge and start enjoying the ride.
Perfect. Claire?
I'm halfway down, coming off the top of the roller coaster because I've been working all morning on getting to the top of the roller coaster for some time. So I'm ready to, I'm full pelt now, yes. Glad everything's put together and we can move forward this afternoon. Thank you.
James?
I put myself at the beginning of the first hill because I feel like there's a lot to accomplish and I'm just getting started.
Darren?
I put myself at the only place where it intersects. Our department's kind of at a crossroads, and, well, nobody really knows if I'm coming or going, so it could be up or down.
Well put, well said.
Dan?
So I put myself on the loop hanging upside down because this last year has been feeling like that just with COVID and everything and with our department. So that's kind of just where I feel I'm at right now, just kind of hanging on for the ride upside down.
Very good. Leanne?
Okay, so they say that an engineer and a finance person cannot think alike, but strangely enough, Justin and I did. So I also put myself at the top as we continue with our Tyler implementation, looking out, seeing how it impacts everybody, how we pull everybody together. And even though I am the longest tenured person here, I'm not ready to quit.
All right. Chief?
So I took myself off the chart at the very top up there. Completely out of the norm, and I'm off the chart today. If y'all looked outside, I got hit by 3 raindrops coming in, and I am with the fire department. That's great, fine. But I'm also off the charts, hopeful that we break the norms today, come together with some new and exciting ideas.
Cynthia?
I put myself at the top with Leanne and Justin, and that was just the anticipation of what's to come and the thrill you get when you're going down off of that roller coaster and you're like, oh my gosh, are we gonna live? Are we gonna die? What are we gonna do? And so just having that anticipation of great things to come and hoping that we can do the best for the city.
Perfect. Do you want to hand that back to me? You're not forgotten sitting at the back table, so.
I was hoping I was because I didn't place myself on there.
That's okay. You get to pick then, right?
Okay. Well, considering my predecessor was here for over 30 years, I guess I'm at the very beginning still. Been about a year and a half, so.
Awesome.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't put myself on there either. I'm just here to learn.
Then I would say you're at the very beginning, right? Ready to launch into all this. Perfect. Thank you. Paul?
I put myself coming down the big hill. I feel like it's been a big hill for at least the last year, if not longer. We're starting to see some changes. I think we've already started that momentum. So we've got some momentum going, and this will help that happen.
Margaret?
Thank you for saving the best for last. I put myself going up the first hill because I always anticipate that one morning I'm going to grow and be taller. Actually, since 2017, I think the library has been on an upward motion. I finally, once again, have a great staff. We are patron-driven. I am getting new software. We have our digital collections growing. We're on top of the game right now.
Great. And I got everybody, right? All right, wonderful. So what did you, themes? If you had to pull out some themes, what would you identify?
Anticipation.
Yeah, anticipation. What else? Excitement. Growth. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know. I think it may be Mary Lou. It was blinking green when she was talking, so I don't know if she called in or. Oh, somebody else dialed in? Okay. Okay. Any other? So we have excitement, kind of new beginnings. Any other themes you heard? Growth. All right. So I'm a big believer in connections before content. And you have all spoken. Nobody laughed inappropriately, so that means you all are experienced and can fully participate all day today, okay? So just to help us, I'd like to suggest some ground rules. That when we do this, I think it's important, and I apologize, because of COVID, Lauren, you have the best seat in the house, and you get to turn the most. You get the most steps on your counter today. So these are my suggested ground rules, and I would like, as we look at these, what else do we need to add to this? So first, everyone has a voice. In these strategic planning efforts, you know, often when we come together, it's the commission that's doing the work and the deliberating based on all the hard work that the staff has done. In this kind of a situation, we need all the voices because you are the experts in all of your particular areas, and the council are the experts in, you know, their role is to allocate where all the resources go, to kind of give that direction. They're the experts in listening to the community as a whole. So everyone needs to have a voice. There are no bad questions or dumb ideas. I used to say that, well, in academia, I used to say that there are no stupid questions. I've been around long enough, I've heard a few. But today, it's not going to happen in this group. I don't anticipate this being an issue, but I always have it, that we're attacking problems, not people, that we have a sense of mutual respect for everyone's role as well as their input. If we have off-topic comments, and I'm sure we will, we're going to put them here on the parking lot. This does not mean they are unimportant, and we want to make sure that we don't lose them over the course of the day, but this may not be the best forum to deal with them, okay? Try and avoid the weeds as much as possible. You've got your weed experts here, and it's difficult sometimes for the commissioners to stay up high, and we want to make sure that the staff doesn't invite us to go too deep. So we want to make sure we avoid the weeds. And 2 requirements: mental presence, which is hard to do. We've all got our phones, lives outside of this, but as much as possible, I'd ask you to be present here today, and really active listening to understand and figure out how this all fits together so that we can come up with a plan to take Clovis where you want it to be. Any other suggestions on how to make sure today goes as well as it can? Anything else need to be up here?
Schedule? Do we want to talk about timing?
Timing.
I'll say 30 minutes.
No more than 10 minutes, yes. So we are scheduled to 5:30, and we will have breaks. I have breaks planned in. If you need to take them, you're all adults. You don't need to ask permission, but we will have scheduled breaks. And I would ask that we be respectful of time, that if we're going to take 10 minutes, we're going to start in 10 minutes. We're not going to wait till everybody comes back, okay? What else?
Open-minded.
Open-minded, great.
Remember, I said don't be shy.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? All right. I won't belabor the point. Okay, so, whoops, somebody was saying something? Okay. So, in your packet, I want to, this has been brought up a couple times, but I'd invite you to take just a few minutes and starting on page 3 with the mission statement for Clovis and continuing on to page 7. These are the outcomes of the last strategic planning process that you undertook, the city undertook back in 2013. And I would invite you to read through that and look at what was on the plan, the strategic priorities, the other projects that were listed there. I know we've got several commissioners who were here at that time. We have some staff who were here at that time, and we have new people. So as you go through that, take note of what the city has accomplished, and we'll talk about that in just a couple minutes. Take another minute or so to finish going through that list. As you finish looking through that list, why is it important to start our strategic planning session by looking backwards?
see what you've accomplished.
See what you've accomplished. And so what are your comments? I think it's important to celebrate and build on your successes. So what comes to mind as you're reading through that list?
Under the specific projects and initiatives, there are several areas there that we have accomplished, and there are a couple that, There are a couple there that have been taken off the list for various reasons. I'm on page 7, by the way, specific projects and initiatives. But there are many on that list that were identified and have been accomplished. I know some of them, like the construction of a senior centre. I mean, that's not something you get done overnight, and we are now on the threshold of achieving just that. But there are a lot of things there that have been accomplished.
What else? What else occurs to you as you look through that list? What are you thinking?
A lot of them had, you look back on it, a lot of people still had the same goals and visions back then that we do. Kind of matches a lot of what we're wanting to do now.
Mm-hmm. What else?
And for me, leading off of what Darren said, if those were the same vision and focus that we had in 2013, and some of those tasks that have not been accomplished, what has been the roadblock that's kept us from accomplishing those tasks? And so, do we need to think differently about how we do things?
Great. What else?
And what have we done to promote to our citizens what we accomplished from the last strategic? And where we are in continuing those things?
I think that is one of the great faults in the DNA of local officials, is we rarely stop to celebrate what has been accomplished, because it always seems like there's so much more to do, right? And it's like, okay, done, next. It's like you're just checking things off the list. And yet when you go through that, those accomplishments are not small, right? And are we stopping to communicate those to the people in the community, to our public? Because if we're not, right, what are they thinking?
I think sometimes you get a project done and you don't think much about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, hey, it's done, okay, that's what we're here for.
Right.
To get it done. So we don't think much about the project being finished and trying to take credit for it. I think most of the commissioners are very humble about it. We don't want credit for anything. The credit goes to the Public Works Department, all the department heads that put all this thing together. All we do is say, hey, great, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. So maybe that's something that the mayor, being the PR of the city, can put that in together and spread that to the
Right.
to the community.
Well, and you said some things that are really important. Number one, that you are all humble public servants, which local government people are, right? Most of what you do is invisible until it goes wrong.
Right.
And so it's like, okay, this is our job. We're supposed to do these kinds of things. And you don't do it alone, right? The commissioner can't take all the credit, but also neither can the staff, because who else is part of making this all happen? It's the community, right? That's where you get the resources, and that's who you're doing it for. And so how do you really celebrate that we all managed to get this done within our rules?
And then Kathy, since this was passed in 2013, we have created a position of communications, marketing, and grants person. So we actually do have someone on staff that is promoting what the city's doing. So, for example, when the new shooting range started construction, we had a groundbreaking, a virtual groundbreaking, where the commissioners came to discuss, to have their photographs taken and so on. So we are trying hard to. We've redone our website in the last year or so. We're heightened our Facebook presence, and we're having a lot of people responding and interacting with the city on Facebook and other platforms. So that's something that we recognize and are trying to address.
Well, and I'm not pointing it out saying that, you should do differently. The fact is that no local government does this, but how important that is for the community to see. Often we don't it's hard for community members to see that, oh, I pay my taxes, I don't know where it goes. But we are creating the place that we all want to live and thrive in, so.
I don't think it's specific to even just projects.
No, not at all.
I think it's celebrating our employees. And so utilizing those social media outlets to still be able to celebrate their accomplishments and what they do for our community. So many times, government employees can be given a certain stereotype.
Yep.
It's not true. I mean, our individuals work hard every day. And so being able to celebrate them, I think, is a huge aspect to also that position that we've applied in.
Yep, great.
I was looking at 7th Street here. It says widen 7th Street. We got that half done. Well, we need the money for the rest of it. And that's a problem, getting money for our streets.
Okay, great. What else occurred to you as you're reading through the list?
I think you need to look back at the list and kind of learn from your failures, because we all learn from our failures more than we do from our successes. And then when you do have successes, don't change the way you're doing it just for the sake of change.
Right. Yep.
And then also being subject to, ready for change. I mean, one of the things that isn't on this list was the shooting range. It wasn't a target or a strategy for the city at the time, but here we are doing that. The Lyceum Theatre is another example. There are things that come up in the interim that divert our attention from what the plan is. We have to be versatile.
You said the shooting range, what else?
The development of the Lyceum Theatre.
Right.
And this deal calls for a new city hall. We don't have a new city hall, but we had a remodel on the city hall.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Priorities change.
Yes, exactly. That priorities change over time. I can't spell. No, I'm good. It's just, I haven't actually written in person in so long. It's like I've forgotten how to do that. Yes, thank you. That's a perfect segue into where we're going next, right? The priorities change. Our communities change. We can only really look out accurately. A lot of people say that long-range planning is really totally inaccurate beyond 5 years because the world is changing so quickly. Did any of you have on your vision boards a year and 2 weeks ago that we'd be hit with a major pandemic and the world would shut down, right? Nobody envisioned that. But there are things that we can think about and identify and focus on, and just to keep in the back of our heads as we engage in setting these priorities, to really understand how the world outside of Clovis and things beyond your control might impact you, right? So I'm going to now invite you to do an environmental scanning exercise. And this entails, I'm going to give you guys all a bunch of sticky notes. And I want you to think about things in a couple of categories, okay? This is called a pest analysis, not because they're pests that we want to get rid of, but just an acronym to help us think about them. So what could happen in the political and legal environment that can impact you all? And these are kind of like forces or trends or changes that are going on in the environment outside of Clovis. Political and legal, right? And then I'm going to have you guys write all these down and then come up and put them on the board about when you think things might happen according to years. So that's P, political and legal. In terms of economic, what are some economic changes or trends or forces that might have an impact on Clovis? The next one is social. When you think about changing demographics, you can think about changes in values and attitudes, changes in purchasing habits, for example, in values. I think, when I first started doing this work, nobody anticipated things. I mean, we were talking about kind of the graying and browning of America and how those kind of demographic changes were impacting us. So what does that mean, right? What are those things? And then the last one, I have to get more sticky notes, is technological. What's happening in terms of technology? Just think about, right, a year ago, who of you were Zoom or Google Meet experts? Right? How far, some of us are saying that we've progressed 20 years in terms of digital virtual communication in just a year. So what are some of these trends or forces that could be impacting you? Okay? So this is where you got to think. Get them going. And then once you have a bunch, our goal is in the next 15 minutes is to fill this wall here. And you'll see a timeline. We're in 2021, moving all the way up to 2025 and 2026, when these things might be impacting you all here. Okay? What's that?
It's local, regional, national level.
Yes. International, right? No, it's for the city as a whole. You can certainly come up with things specifically for your department because your department is part of the city as a whole, but you're not limited to that. Okay? So, write down when you've exhausted everything coming out of your head, go ahead and put them up there, and then we'll start seeing if we can develop any themes and any conclusions from that, okay? and I probably didn't say this, but put one idea on a sheet of paper, on Post-it. So if you put more than one, rewrite them. I've got lots of Post-it notes. One idea, one trend on each piece. Stick them up on the board. Mary Lou, I'm going to put yours, thank you for putting them in the chat. I'm going to write them down and put them up.
So there's no stupid ideas. I don't have ideas. I don't have any.
No, I'm not done.
I got nothing. Okay.
Just make it up.
Do you think she's gonna ask us? Okay. So then we'll just. That's the political side of it for sure. Covers the gamut.
I know you've been looking at it.
Yep. I don't, nice to meet you as well, in person finally.
Yeah.
It's been. I know, I think it's everyone sees me on that wall.
Feel free to start grouping them if you think that there are similarities. common themes. There's no way to do it wrong, so you're all right. Yeah.
No, this will be fine. It was nicer this morning. It's gotten colder as the days go. I know. Did you get out and? I wanted to go out and play golf, but the sun never really came out like bright sunny. I'm not moving the chair, so I have to spin. Have to like go trade off the chair with somebody over there. I'll change with Mark.
So as we're finishing putting these up on the board, who among you are the big picture ones, the theme puller-outers, the ones who can kind of group things together? Who has that skill set? Awesome. Who wants to help James? No, see? I love it, because you embrace your strengths, right? That's what we need. Who else has that? Huh?
I broke my rule.
What was your rule?
Never volunteer.
I'm glad you broke your rule. All right, who would like to help? I heard some other people
I'll
say-
help James.
Who is that?
Right here. Right behind you.
Megan, thank you. It's like his voice coming out. All right, so I would invite then Megan and James to go to the wall, start to come up with themes. Anybody else can help them and observe. And we're going to do this for about 7 minutes. This is your time to take a bio break if you need it. Okay? Okay.
I just sort of slept.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
For the snacks.
Put the pipeline on 26 and.
The what?
I put the pipeline on 26.
Yep.
New pipeline.
I think that's where I put it.
And then I put MLK on 7th Street on 26.
Yeah. They'll know it came from you or me.
That's the.
You get deliveries on Tuesdays, Mondays?
Do what?
You get deliveries on Mondays?
Go where?
Penny kids?
Yeah.
Monday?
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
I haven't got my delivery yet.
He was running 3 hours behind this morning.
That's what he told me at 8.
They had, I think he said 4 people walk out of the warehouse last night. Yeah, that's why they're late.
And I gotta be.
You haven't got anything yet? You haven't got anything yet today? He came to us, what do you think? He got to us, he was, almost 4 hours late.
Well, this is 6 hours already.
I was working with Brenda and.
So as you were writing your thoughts, and then the groups that were kind of pulling them all together, and as you kind of walked through it again, what sticks out as most relevant to Clovis in kind of setting the background? What are the things that you really need to consider and kind of keep in the back of your head, back of your mind, as we begin to set priorities? Well, it doesn't have to be a general category, but just going through this activity, what are you thinking about that we need to make sure we take this into consideration as we prioritize where we're going in the next few years?
Probably one of the most important things is our water supply and our conservation. Without that, the rest of it doesn't matter.
That can affect economic development. Social also.
Okay, good.
Oh, although we can socialize with beer instead of water, but.
That's right, but you still need, somebody needs water to make the beer, right?
Right.
Okay. What
I
else?
would say the political implications of everything. I mean, it goes from regulation, environmental regulations to minimum wage increases to change in legalization of marijuana. They talked. I mean, just it's a broad net of everything that has an impact on everything we do.
And so you may be thinking about what role does Clovis play in that? You know, some cities have decided to really get into lobbying and doing things like that. Other cities are like, no, we're going to let other people carry that water, but we want to participate in this way. What else?
Just the change in how people do business, our telework, the fact that you don't have to necessarily live where you work.
Great. What else?
But a lot of us here sitting in this room have the same goals.
Yep. What else?
Quality of life.
Say more about that. What do you mean? That it's at risk or it's free?
Everything from walking trails to sports to recreational activities.
Okay. Anything else? Our sorters, did anything, particularly because you actually read each one and considered how they fit, anything pop out to you that's like, oh, wow, we really need to think about this or consider this as we're setting priorities?
I think youth activities and senior activities, that stood out the most to me.
How old are you, man?
Right in the middle.
You're not thinking old yet, are you?
Good. What else? Claire?
Nurturing economic development that wouldn't negatively impact the environment, like water, etc. To help fund the projects that we'd like to bring in as an economic driver.
Great.
And going back to the political implications, of course, the impact of political decisions and the impact that has on our police and our safety, public safety.
That is part of social. People don't care. I did put that.
What's that?
Indifferent. I said people are very indifferent to these things.
That people are indifferent for a lot of these things.
They don't care.
I mean, healthcare is another issue, from a social point of view, mental health. I mean, lots of those different things have come to the forefront as a result of the COVID. We call it the COVID though.
Great. Anything else? Megan, anything that you saw as you were sorting?
I think there was a lot of concern for the political climate, and no one seems to know where that's going to go in the future.
And often that trickles down to you all, and the divisiveness and the polarization around national issues often plays out in the local level. Okay. Anything else?
So,
Yeah.
I think one major issue across the board in many places, it's not just the financial situation, but employee retention within the city. Because when we lose these people, we're losing them not just from the job of employment, but outside of the city. So we lose our personnel outside of the city. And in many ways, retention can be addressed, I believe, or hopefully we get a good conversation in here of how to achieve that.
Great.
And also succession planning. And attracting a qualified workforce.
And from that aspect of it, I want to call it the brain drain of the state. I mean, where we're losing and our community is losing our best and our brightest out of our communities or out of our state in general, as individuals seek out and look for employment opportunities elsewhere.
So as you look at these kind of big conclusions, the challenge then is as you're doing your strategic planning and your strategic thinking, how do you take potential threats and figure out how to mitigate them as you're doing this? And what here is a potential opportunity that you could build on if you're intentional about those, right? So as we go through the rest of the afternoon, I want you to be thinking about these things as the background, okay? Any other thoughts and comments about that, about the environment that you all are living in?
The one area that I just went to check the board was immigration and equality.
Great. Okay, anything else on that?
Immigration and equality, is that what you said?
Immigration and equality.
Equality. I don't think we have a problem with immigration, it's political stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now with that in the background, kind of setting the landscape, let's get down to looking at some of the specific things that came up in the interviews that, or the conversations that I had with each of you. So I'm going to kind of leave the commission for last and ask, and all of the departments are in here just in alphabetical order. So we will actually go in reverse alphabetical order, leaving the city manager's office last. And so starting with senior services, as you look, there you are. So everything's written down here. I do not want you to read the group what's down here, but perhaps offer a short paragraph in terms of, here's what I want to really emphasize, here's where we are, here's what I'm hearing that we fit into some of these larger themes as well. Go.
Go?
Yep.
Let me get my notes here. So The mission statement for senior services is to provide innovative programs to a diverse senior community, demonstrating compassion as well as assisting seniors to have quality of life by offering exciting activities. Our baby boomers, which are actually born from 1946 to 1964, range from 56 to 75. So we need to target a very broad group of individuals. We have been closed down since March of last year, so we are very excited to reopen our centers and get our seniors back in the facilities. As Claire mentioned earlier, we do have a new senior center that is we're winding down and just waiting on some contracts to come in from Aging Long-Term Services Department. And so that is a very exciting future facility. As far as recruitment, to hire vacant positions, we are working on that, and that is something that I'm working with HR, and so that will not be an issue in the future. Working with other departments within the city, as well as like Public Works, they're awesome to come over and help us out with anything, parks, IT, library, HR. So I work with all of our departments. There's, I think we all work very well together to get everything accomplished.
All right,
Does that kind of wrap it up a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So questions from the commission about senior services, about anything that's on the list? This is your chance to clarify, comment.
Overall, I think they're doing a good job with this.
Okay,
I don't see a problem. I hear good things about it, so.
great.
Barbara, when you talk about the baby boomers and in terms of that age range, how do you provide services to a 56-year-old as well as a 75-year-old?
So any age group can be involved with exercise. However, there may be some, 56 or 66 or 76 that you just have to modify those programming. I know that a lot of our younger seniors, which are in their 56, 66, whatever, they do more outdoor activities, such as pickleball, shuffleboard, walking trails. So they, and as well as our 50-plus Olympics, our senior Olympics, anywhere from 50 to 99, they're very involved in different things. So I think it's just looking at the different activities and age group and just trying to modify those programs and get things started.
Great, thank you.
And one thing that I failed to mention a while ago is we have a senior services committee. And so as part of that committee, they also talk about senior related things. And the mayor has just been appointed to serve as the chairperson on that committee. So I think that's a huge asset for our committee.
And it's been a platform for all the different senior agencies in town to come together on a regular basis to talk about projects. And one of the things that COVID has brought for the seniors is the ability to have programs on Facebook Live. Barbara and her team have done a wonderful job at putting, cooking programs or exercise programs or whatever anybody wants. They've done a wonderful job of that.
All right. Any questions about?
Well, I was going to say one thing that's been interesting to learn from a senior services department is because of those age gaps and the differences. I mean, you started talking about quilting. Well, that's not something that a younger generation necessarily does. And so being able to hand down those talents to a younger generations is an opportunity. but also showing how dynamic and diverse the senior programs have to be to try and reach all those different generations. So Barbara does a great job doing that.
Yes, if I can mention also, last summer, we actually did a program called Future Generations. And so we had our grandparents with their grandchildren during summer months coming to the facility. We had a complete lineup of activities to keep them kind of engaging and busy together. So that is one thing that we do want to start looking at in the future is grandparents raising grandchildren and spending time together, and so we'll address that as well.
Yes, Commissioner Casas?
I just wanted to make a comment as what Mayor Morris had said. Some 75-year-olds move better than some 50-year-olds.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I hope you didn't misunderstand my question.
I have had some calls, though, regarding the quilting. Some of the ladies are really anxious to get back in there and start doing their quilting.
All right. Okay. So let's look at Public Works. Again, you have the list. Anything you want to clarify, add, and then questions from the commissioners.
Well, I can kind of give an overview of what Public Works is. Public Works is a service that the city does, pretty much anything that's manual labor related or anything that's service related, Public Works does it. We have 6 different divisions in Public Works. We have the sanitation division, which goes and picks up the containers and the poly carts and cleans up the alleys in town. We have the landfill, it's a regional landfill that services this whole entire area. We have the street department that does all the maintenance of the streets, alleys, parking lots, sidewalks, and many other duties besides that, blocking off for fires and police incidents and things like that. We also have the traffic department. That's a department that takes care of the signals, signs, and markings in the city, as well as many other things. We also have the wastewater department. We kind of have a split division there. We have the wastewater plant that does all the processing of the wastewater south of town, and we also have the service line department that takes care of all the lines in town and makes sure that the sewers are flowing correctly and keeping things from happening into your house and your business. And then we also have the shop department that takes care of most of the city vehicles. We do a lot of purchasing through Public Works. Leanne can probably attest to this, we probably do 65–70% of the purchasing with the city because we work on everybody's vehicles and equipment. So we have a lot of purchasing, a lot of purchase orders go through Public Works. And we're happy to help other departments, as Barbara said. We're always helping other departments because they don't have the resources that we do have. We have a staff of around 94 when we're fully staffed. On the flip side of what Barbara said, they just went back to work and we never stopped working. Our department can't stop. If Public Works stops, the city stops. And so our guys have been out there through the whole pandemic and the crisis. As she stated and many other people stated, we do have a problem with turnover. Our lower level positions, or I shouldn't say lower level, but our entry positions is usually like a revolving door. We always have openings. We are always trying to get people to come to work, and that has been a problem for us. I don't know the reason. Partial maybe is pay, but pay is not everything. I try to sell to all of the candidates that we have and the employees we have of the city's retirement program, and that's something that should be brought to everybody's attention, that I think the retirement program here at the city is as good as anywhere. If you go into the ICMA retirement, as long as you're putting in 3%, the city will put in 14%, which is unheard of anywhere else you go. And that's a selling point that we should use more often. And I try to with the younger generation. A lot of people say that, benefits don't buy groceries, and that's the one reason that they want more money. Any questions on anything?
Questions from the commission?
No questions. I just, maybe a quick comment. I'm actually chairman of Public Works, and Clint and his staff do a remarkable job for the city. I've seen them out there and extremely early in the morning and very late at night. So, I mean, they're out there at all hours, and they do an outstanding job for the city.
And one thing I would point out, and that Clint mentioned, was staffing. And it's going to be something that's probably a common theme amongst the various departments, and that is our city has grown over X number of years. I mean, we've added additional infrastructure, we've added more land mass that we're having to maintain or cover from a police coverage standpoint or a fire department standpoint. And staffing levels is something that we need to look at. So we've looked at salary and compensation plans. We're working on full implementation of that. And we'll continue to work on that. We're not sure what minimum wage impacts as those minimum wage increases throughout the United States. What impacts are that going to have here locally in the value of each one of those positions, but also staffing needs. And so as the community has grown, do we have the right amount of personnel to be able to cover all of the departments that we need to, and still be able to maintain the level of service that our citizens expect? And so that is something to consider is, you know, if our citizens want us to maintain it using grades at a grade A, that's going to take X number of personnel to do that. Well, if they're perfectly satisfied with us maintaining it at a grade C, that may take another level of staffing. So, like I said, that's probably going to be a common theme that you hear from each one of the departments as we go around to each other.
Okay, anything else on Public Works? All right, let's go to the Police Department. You'll see a long list there. Not a slam, but certainly important needs that they want to make sure the Commission's aware of. Chief?
Well, I appreciate that. Again, like we've already said and we've heard, is of course recruiting and retention is a big issue. In the police department, we're working on professional growth of our personnel is also a very, very important one. One of the things we always say in departments our size is because of where we are and what we do, we wear many hats. And that tends to be one of the issues that a lot of your bigger departments don't see, because a lot of our guys do a lot more than just one job. So that's one of the things we really deal with quite a bit. We're working hard on trying to fill some of the instructor positions we've had with some retirements and people leaving, trying to make sure that we're filling those back in, because a lot of what we do through OJT or through instruction within the department itself. We're continuing to look for different resources in growing the department, securing funds and grants for some of the infrastructure needs we have. And also the other thing that many people don't understand with the Clovis PD is we are the dispatch center, or what's known as the PSAP Center, which is a public service answering point for all of Curry County. So any 911 call out of Curry County comes into the dispatch center. And one of the things we're needing to work on now is, because of age of the equipment, is replacing a lot of the radio equipment within the dispatch center for basically what we call our base station radios, keeping those going. I'm still looking to secure funding on the new or improved animal control facility. That facility's been in existence since the mid-'70s, and we've outgrown, as most people that have been here long enough know, we added the west building years ago to help with that, but we still need to look at a facility that can be all in one and take care of everything we need, and taking care of the overall movement and operations of the animal control facility. So we do have quite a bit we've got to work on and want to work towards to try to assist the department and assist this community with the needs of the department.
Terrific. Questions from the commission in terms of the police department?
I hate to be the department that all of a sudden there's a bunch of questions for.
They're saving them up.
Saving them for you, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion once we get all this out here. So, and now I think this puts Russell in a very difficult position. Welcome to day one. What are your plans? Where are you taking the department?
Yes, and looking over these things, and talked to John a little bit earlier, I had a good drive around with Justin earlier today to go over a lot of these things on the parks and a lot of the things that have happened in the past and need to happen in the future. Some of the successes that John was telling me about is they've done some new shelters at Potter's Park. They've put in some pipe rail fence around aquatic centers, lining for an interior tank at Hillcrest Well, new lighting at Pat Sandoval. There's a new lighting, I don't want to say Dennis Chavez? No, that's replacing the playground at Dennis Chavez. So part of some of our master plan that we've been going over with Claire and Justin is some of these things, where they're at in the 10-year plan. They should be about the midpoint, what's happened, what's been happening, how do we find funding to finish the rest of it, and just how to make things better, more improved, like you say, community oriented, so we can get the seniors out walking the trail, so we can get the exercise facilities to where quality of life improves. A lot of this is, I appreciate, because I need this. I need some, okay, now a tree replacement program. I already talked with Justin about that, and seeing what we can get in writing, see how we can do a long-term plan to where not every 50 years we cut down all the trees and plant all new ones. That doesn't seem to work. There needs to be something more gradual. Some of the issues they're dealing with in parks are the vandalism and graffiti. Like we've talked about, we got a lot of blank canvases out there. And we've talked about some ideas and some things to do to try to improve and hopefully reduce that. They're doing some replacing and repairing on the parks. We've got one that's financed, needs to be, I think I need to sign a piece of papers, actually purchase one, or learn how to purchase one, so then I can get one. So there's sort of things that I'm still getting in on. In the next year, there's doing some, they're looking at some cameras around the park and rec. That's gonna be an IT. We'll get together and you tell me what I need to do to help you accomplish that. Some fencing around the aquatics building. I hear I'm getting a new indoor Olympic-sized pool, so I look forward to that.
Oh, really?
Y'all don't want to see me in a bathing suit. No.
Are we getting the memo later on?
Update? Did you empty your pockets on the way out?
But there's a lot of stuff happening, and I'm looking forward to it. And right now, I'm just trying to learn. And the people that I'm working with, the parks, we need more people. I can tell you that, just because everybody else is. So employees. I'm a big believer in training from within also, and getting the most out of your people and training them and teaching them what to do, to how to become successful and promote and be better. So.
Terrific. Great answer, first day, right? Nothing like jumping into the strategic planning on the first day. Questions from the commission?
Well,
Come on.
we've done a lot to the parks. When I first came on to the parks, we got $4 million that we put into the parks. We did the walking trails, we need the dog park, we bought the the golf course.
43.
Yeah, and then the 9-hole golf course we had, we put soccer fields in there. And that's what convinced me to go along with buying the golf course instead of keeping the 9-hole golf course, because it was going to cost us a lot of money to do the soccer fields elsewhere. So by doing it that way, we saved a lot of money. We saved at least $2 million by doing it that way. But we've done a lot, and I think there's a lot to do. There's a lot more to do. So I hope he's right. I hope he can come up with a plan so we can get everything done.
Try.
And maybe you can get us some money.
Yeah, all
the
it
way.
takes is money,
Yes.
right?
Money.
Time and money.
Did you have anything?
I just wanted to say, Mr. Hooper, great job. I thought you were really put on the spot during introductions, but, to have to give this part of the report today, good job. And looking forward to what you do. I think the parks are a great asset, everyone agrees, and looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
And if I
Yes,
may.
go ahead. Yes.
And, driving around with Russell this morning was fantastic, just hearing his thoughts and ideas for our various parks. We have a wonderful dog park, and it gets used extensively. Why not have more? What does that do for us? It spreads out that footpath traffic to other areas of town. And plus, then what does it do? If we need to close one to where we can regrow in some grass, we have other venues and opportunities for our citizens to still go out and enjoy dog parks. So, like I said, just our drive around this morning and hearing some of his thoughts and ideas, I'm very excited for the future of our Parks Department.
I'm excited about that Olympic-sized swimming pool.
Yes, me too.
Yeah. All right.
Justin's backyard, I believe.
Yeah, there you go. So let's get a quick overview of the library. You can see what was identified. And so, Margaret, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So, looking over these things that everyone has been talking about, one of the things I'm proud to say that my staff does is we cross-train so that we have no person who can't do another person's job. So if my cataloger's out, I can go catalog. If my reference person is out, I can notarize. If my admin assistant is out, I have another person who is someone knowledgeable about Munis that can help out. My circulation supervisor makes sure that his staff is trained as well as they can be. So our biggest issue, I think, is keeping up with technology. Our technology changes in an instant. When I went to library school 45 years ago, there is nothing that prepared me for the library of today. We weren't technology friendly. We still had card catalogs. I mean, Megan can tell me about her kids going to Zia and the changes that they have seen. So technology is always the issue. The City Commission approved a new software program for the library last Thursday night, thank you, which is going to have so many bells and whistles and be able to service our community better and help us grow. My staff and I have talked about this a lot in the last month. We need to have a better, physical presence in this community. COVID has done a real number on library services across the country. So one of the things that we have done is we have established a Facebook group. We have postings every day. We have scheduled activities posted every day so that we are having more of a presence. In saying that, the biggest age group that I think we are missing is those millennials that don't want to use the library. Our reading population, our strong reading population during the school year is 55 and over. In a normal summer, it flip-flops, and we have, kids from 6 to 18. We're missing these kids that are college age, that don't want to read, that don't feel a need to read, because they have this. So my youth services programmer and I have talked about doing some things to enhance these millennials to come back to the library once we can reopen programming. I don't know, like doing a different type of book resource, a different kind of reading program, a different kind of program geared to these people, like job searching skills, internet skills, keeping all those things maybe a little more current for our kids in this community that are leaving. One thing that Claire and I have talked about at length is creating more of a museum-type atmosphere for the library. And we have started that program by accepting a large donation from Don and Diane Clifton with their arrowheads. These arrowheads are going to encompass one side of one large room in the library. The arrowheads are remarkable. And maybe doing some more things like that in having more museum-type activities or programs or even artifacts in the library. Another thing that I think that, I just left me, I'm sorry. One of the things that was approached to me last week, and this is one of the funniest things I've had in the last couple of years. A lady came in and said, "Do you check out different items?" I said, "Like what?" She said, "Like games." I said, "Yes, we are working on a game collection to be checked out." She said, "What about a ukulele?" And I said, "Is there a need for a ukulele learning?" She said, "We have no books." So she gave us a ukulele. She gave us books on learning the ukulele. So this morning, one of my staff members said, "Why don't we do a survey and see what other types of things people would like to check out?" The Base Library does a seed collection, like they check out seed catalogs. There's a library in Oklahoma that checks out pots and pans. So those are some of the things we're looking at to entice people to come back to the library and enhance what we do.
Which is really creative, thinking about, the traditional perspective on a library and how that is totally changing with COVID and just moving into, a new world. Questions from the commissioners? Comments?
Margaret, I think that the city does a wonderful job with the youth programming there at the library.
You're biased.
Well, my kids are much older now, but we did enjoy that a lot. And referring to the millennials and not wanting to go to the library, although I'm not a millennial, I think advertising to them that Libby app, because I
Libby app,
use
yeah.
that a lot, and it's amazing what you can get and download for free. And brand new books, audiobooks, and I don't know why anyone would purchase a book when they have the Libby app at their
And
fingertips.
in terms of that, Commissioner Paula, so yes, with our online overdrive system, we are enhancing our collection by leaps and bounds. This morning I installed a digital card for people who don't want a library card. I gave our overdrive people a list of our zip codes, so those people can get an instant digital card for 1 year to check out digital materials only. And we are trying to create a presence again with Facebook. I also want to start using Instagram better because I've heard that millennials use Instagram more than Facebook. And I don't know what happened to MySpace, but I think I still use MySpace. So that's one thing we want to do. We are also
I've heard
concentrating.
Facebook is for old people.
I know.
That's
And I don't know,
what
I
I've been
think
told.
MySpace is for Barbara's people. So in saying that, we're also going to rebuild and recreate our web page so that we can provide links to all these databases, to job resources, to other things going on in the community that would be beneficial to our citizens.
And are all those initiatives already within your budgeting capacity, or do you need?
There's always room for extra money.
That wasn't what I was asking, but.
You know, I have been very fortunate to be given every year the state grants and aid, and our GO bond, our general obligation bonds, that helps us build collections. So yes, I think our physical and financial requirements are being met.
All right, questions from the commission? Okay, let's move on to IT. And again, you'll see as you read through this, there are themes, and I think our next two departments carry through in many of those themes.
I'll start by saying Margaret didn't like when I sent her an email about 2 or 3 years ago, the Library from the Future in Austin, there's not one book in the library. They've embraced, and to get that group of people in, they've embraced things like 3D printers, they've embraced maker spaces and stuff like that. So they are definitely working on the transformation. When I sent that email, the thought of that made her head explode. I got back a really no email. But that's, so, and that's, I want to go, that's what IT, I'm looking around the room, and almost all, if not all of these departments have a real public-facing side. We don't. We face the staff. We want to be behind the scenes. That's where we're at. As I've told the commission in the past, Clint, they build roads and work on roads. We do the same thing. You guys don't see them. It's the roads our employees travel down to get their job done. So we are really the back end side. Our job is to support everybody else and to make everything happen. If COVID hasn't shown everybody that technology is going to play a great role in the future, I think you've missed out. I think it's really shown that. And I think employee development is probably one of the biggest things that I hit on and that I see. I've had some conversations with Cindy. We're going to have some more conversations. But I think we really need to work on employee development plans, and I think it needs to be for all employees. I think there are huge benefits to getting that education out to even the lowest level employee. I think we'll see great strides in getting that done.
Commissioners, anything?
And
yes, Justin?
I mean, obviously, in an organization like the City of Clovis, there's definitely departments that serve the public, and then there's our departments that serve the departments. And so, obviously, IT being one of those main departments, HR being one of those main departments, finance, you know, they're there to make sure that our other departments can provide the services to the community what they need to provide. And so they're very valuable in making sure that all of our departments needs are met. And Paul and Cindy and Leanne and their groups do a great job, even though they're more inward versus being outward.
And I think as you look through the pages that talk about the priorities in each department, I think almost every department touches on things that they depend on in IT, HR, and finance. So, they're really key, and you can see how that inside City Hall collaboration has to take place, so. HR.
So touching base on what Paul just said, we are not particularly forward-facing. We do support every department here through training, through succession planning, through all of that. My goal and my objective for the next 2 to 5 years is to become an employer of choice. And so how we're going to have to do that is having people understand that we do provide competitive wages and market benefits, and having them understand what that means. So one of the things that Justin and Claire and I have worked on is what is the dollar value of the medical benefits that the employer provides. So doing that and advertising more that way. Now, also with that, as you heard in the room, we have a lot of people who are considering retirement. We need some succession planning going on. How are we going to fill those roles if we don't have somebody there that's going to be able to do that? So is that the department director's job to make sure that happens, or is that HR's job? Whose job is that? So developing those career ladders based on job descriptions and based on what the outcome should be for those departments is one of the things that we need to work on as well. Partnering with colleges, universities, schools to develop our own workforce. So working very clearly and closely with the high school for different programs that we may have, working with the community college, working with even the online colleges will be something else that we'll need to be looking at, as well as working with IT for our current learning development systems and what those individuals are going to have to complete in order to do that job and be successful. Let's see, also, one of the things, turnover is one of the things that I really want to touch on and look at. And once we get Tyler implemented, we'll be able to do that per department. We'll be able to do that per position. We'll be able to do that with however that data needs to be. So, and then also as part of HR, we have the safety programs, and I haven't even really dived into the safety programs to be able to understand how that will impact the organization as well. But I do want us to develop a referral program for our employees, because every one of you sitting in this room, plus every employee in the city of Clovis, is a recruiter. Y'all all recruit for us, whether it's good or bad. So, but you all recruit for us each and every day. So we look at you to be able to do that recruiting for us. And if there's a negative issue, we need to have that conversation and resolve it so that we can promote the city and promote the employment of our, for the city. Do we have any questions?
It's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
It is a tough job. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything, you wanted to add anything, Justin?
No, and just to echo what Cindy has been saying, it's been a transformation in our HR department. Obviously, we had a very tenured HR director in years past who retired, and so we have seen some change that's occurring within that department. And it all started with the personnel policy manual, and now along with the annual training sessions and making sure everybody understands what's in the personnel policy manual, because we made a lot of changes. And worked with all the departments to pull that document together. And that's kind of the foundation of now what we're building on for the future of this organization, and what Cindy has talked about, from succession planning to redundancy within the departments to making sure that there's that career ladder for our employees is our vision for the city of Clovis. If we have an employee that comes in that starts in whatever entry-level position they want to be in, and they want to end up at whatever level they want to end up at, we want to make sure that they have that opportunity to get there. And we can do that through providing them the training that they may see necessary to get there. But if they want to stay where they are at that entry-level position, we want to make sure that there's a career opportunity for those employees as well. So that's obviously a large project for Cindy to be working on, and making sure that we can guide and provide that support for our departments to get there.
We have a city in Colorado that the city manager started out as the lifeguard and literally worked her way up and has been city manager for a couple of years, which is kind of the epitome, right? That if that's the potential. Okay, fire department.
Oh, no, just one award.
They really want to make sure you're heard.
So, I am that individual in the city charged with utilization of the tax dollars towards fire, EMS, and other related services. Those include airport rescue firefighting, which is some of my needs request here in personnel. But we perform so much more. Hazmat on the eastern side of New Mexico. Collapse rescue, high angle rescue, confined space, trench rescue. We depend on Public Works to assist us in wildland grass firefighting, as well as the street placement. Roadblocks, we also depend on Doug and his people at the police department. We depend very much on just about every person in the city, so I'm not going to try to rob them of the dollars they need allocated. I would love to, but that would be wasteful. Told you I would ask for all of the money.
And you get the same answer.
Professional development, it is a major concern within our department that we're trying to address. Currently, our numbers are 77% of the fire department. The entire department has less than 4 years of service. Now, there's reasons for this. Much of that is due to retirements. We had a huge group of individuals retire over the last several years, and you can't make up for that experience. We're trying our best with training, and thanks to the library, Margaret's pushing those books out there for training. And I want to emphasize, Paul, you don't even have enough personnel as far as we're concerned. We utilize IT on an everyday basis, and I still can't get enough things fixed, even running your people to death. Thank you very much. So as Ms. Cindy pointed out, and Justin started this program 2 years ago, I believe, with the high school. He pushed me into getting with the high school and seeing what we couldn't do as far as programs, moving out of the high school and keeping people here in the city to be employed. Along with working with CCC in the high school now, we're working on a junior firefighter program. I have one individual that's at the station today to help us, a 15-year-old, to help us lay that program out. My new deputy chief from Virginia is working on the fire starter program. And what this is taking some of the individuals that the courts will set aside from issues in fire management or misuse in fire, and utilizing them into a program. We can turn those lives around and potentially, hopefully in the future, not just get them to stop setting fires, but actually put them to work. On my list, my complete list is retention. That's a very big issue. Hiring's a very big issue, and we're working on all of those things to hire local, keep them local. In the past, we have made a big push hiring outside. We brought in many individuals from California and Colorado, and they do come to work here until they get that benefit of all the training, and then they go back home. So we're trying to turn that over and hire local. As far as our big financial needs coming forward, I think I'll be able to address a bunch of that with city administration and what it has cost us and hire back on the shifts this year to expand those number of employees out of that cost, so that we're not having to do the hire back. Those numbers are already prepared when you've spent $631,000 in overtime just to maintain the minimum in the shift. I think I can make justification to turn some of that into full-time work and not do all of the hire back. Of course, COVID this year has hit us the entire city, but it's hit us. We are staffing an ambulance at the vaccination sites for any untoward reactions, and there has been a few, not necessarily towards the vaccines themselves, but we just happened to be on scene from diabetic emergencies to seizures and things like that. So that has utilized much funding this year. So where we're setting at is some minor allocations and requests for monies, medical director and things like that, but not outrageous.
Terrific. Thank you. Questions?
Chief, 77% of your department is sitting at less than how many years of experience?
Less than 4 years.
4 years. Thank you.
And what I would say is that in another 10 years, we're going to have some really well-qualified firefighters that have lots of experience. But I mean, having turnover within the departments is going to be natural. I mean, for us to sit here and say we're 100% staffed 100% of the time, that's not real. That's not realistic whatsoever. So we are going to have turnover in positions. And so we do want to emphasize and try and put policies in place to maintain and retain our employees. But to think that we're going to be 100% staffed is not, that's just not real. I mean, I don't know if any of you are ever 100% staffed all the time. But to the fire department's credit, a couple of years ago, we had a much more difficult situation within our fire department. And they started thinking creatively on how they could fill those positions. And actually out of that came the EMS division, which helped bring on employees that wanted to be in the paramedic services, but not necessarily wanted to be firefighters. And so that allowed us to create that EMS division and then be able to staff that particular employees and then still have our firefighter position. So they've done a great job. I think they're fully staffed right now in the EMS division.
Fully staffed.
Fully staffed. And then within the fire department, we just had a testing and we're hiring 3 more.
We're 4 short at this time. We just hired 3.
Okay. And so, I mean, we've done a great job on improving where we are with our fire department overall. But once again, that goes back to the fire department knowing their business and allowing them to creatively think and be able to come up with those ideas on how to fill their positions and backfill. So, good job, Chief. And I know that they're always thinking of ways, and he's always trying to think of ways to bring revenue into the city with EMS. So.
And Justin, you mentioned retention of employees, which I think is important, and Cindy mentioned that earlier, that when she's visiting with potential employees, that we talk about the dollar amount versus the benefits that they receive, which I think is so important. These benefits don't come free, so you know that's a big issue with especially employees with families.
Absolutely. And so one thing that we're looking at doing, and I know that Cindy's putting together, is that once we get to the end of the year, calendar year, that every employee gets a W-2. That's a standard thing that we're all used to. However, they don't know how much it actually costs the city for their employment. And so what we want to do is put then together letters to provide to all of our employees the total cost of employment to the city of Clovis for them being with us. So that consolidates all the compensation package and what it truly is worth. And so while your salary is worth X, all these benefits are worth Y, and so your total compensation is worth Z. And so that way, from a retention standpoint and an education standpoint, so our employees know, hey, they really do value me, and these benefits packages do have a cost assigned to them. When your insurance is covered 90% by the city of Clovis and the employee is responsible for 10%, that's a huge benefit. When we start looking at the retirement packages that Mr. Bunch mentioned, I mean, when we're putting 14.5% into someone's retirement account, that's a huge benefit. As I've had the opportunity to interview for the different directors' positions, when we mention that number, it's amazing to them. I mean, when we mentioned it to Ms. Novak, that's unheard of. And so there's definitely a value to that we need to do a better job of communicating, not only to our current employees, but also to future employees.
When I heard your retirement as well as your health care. I'm surprised you don't have people knocking down the door to work here if they knew, because those are not common, so kudos to you all. Okay, let's go to finance.
And no, I don't always say no.
Just 90% of the
Well, maybe. Maybe that's my goal, to increase that to only 80%. So that's my goal, to have enough money that we don't have to make those decisions as to who gets funded and who doesn't get funded. So obviously Munis is our major goal with our full implementation, getting all departments, all employees on board, understanding how it will make life easier, how it will make us more effective, getting us to a paperless, which we have been very involved with IT, and I appreciate all their help in getting that, helping us with that training. We are looking towards adding ACH payments to our vendors so that we get them paid quicker. We also reduce our paper, our processing time. With that comes rules, regulations to make sure that the city is protected from any type of outside scammers, like everybody else, cross-training. I was a department that have held off for 3 years now on hiring one of my positions. I chose to keep it vacant because I didn't feel we needed it. Since we have switched to monthly billing and tripled our output, we definitely have. So as of next week, I will be 100%, knock on wood, staffed, which, again, working on trying to make it easier for our citizens, our access for payments, and again, talking about how you maintain so that the millennial who doesn't want a piece of paper wants to be able to pay online versus the older citizen who still has to have that hard copy, has to walk in, has to have that receipt, taking care of both sides of that. I want to increase some budget training. I think employees as well as department heads at all levels, I think if they understand more about how the budget is made up, where money comes from, why we can't just say, sure, we can increase everybody's pay 30%, we can give every department an extra 25%, something, to understand more about the limitations that we have on where our funding. You only have a certain pot of funding. There's only so much you can do with it. Also working with my little Spitfire County clerk to increase our voter education, increase voter turnout. I think we need to get more citizens involved. I think we need to get more people involved in the voting process, understanding where we're coming from, which I think also, should our fearless city manager ever choose to try a bond again, I think by having more informed voters and a more informed citizenship that understands our budget, and that we are limited, and that by doing things to show that we are being prudent with our funds, that maybe that will help them in understanding that a bonding program will provide that benefit to them without that belief that we just waste our money. So.
Which goes actually back to what we were talking about celebrating what you do and acknowledging all the good hard work that the city does with and for the public.
And I would say that the one thing that we do is, as we talk about trying to modernize the way we do business, a lot of that is through our finance department and how we actually interact with the department from our billing standpoint. I mean, how many in here people know that they can receive e-bills? You can. I just learned that, but that's, I mean, that's something where we need to do a better job of that communication. I receive every bill I can through e-bills because I don't want them arriving in the mail. So we need to communicate that to our citizens to where they know that they can sign up for that now. And even from a billing tracking standpoint on how those bills look, I mean, it's something that Leanne's been working on and getting it in a more custom bill format. And so even through our purchasing side and how we're doing things. So I think that she's absolutely spot on too, as far as an education and educating not only our employees, but on how and where funds come from. And that's when we talk about economic development and needing them to understand, well, if you want, again, all these services to be maintained at a level A, well, then we're going to have X amount of funds to be able to do that, and they don't grow on trees, and so we need to expand our economic base in order to drive that into the city of Clovis.
All right, so my goal is to finish the last several departments right around 4 o'clock, and then we'll get into commissioners really talking about what you've heard, how we prioritize that and go forward. So next, emergency management.
Good afternoon. So emergency management, we're kind of one of those unique departments that not a whole lot of people really know about. The best way I can describe what we do is we're the liaison for local government, and that includes the City of Clovis, Curry County, between the state and the federal government during any type of disaster. That's about the best way I can describe what we do. I'm in the unique position, we're a department of two. We cover all of Curry County, not only the City of Clovis, but we also represent Curry County and the other communities within the county. So we have a pretty big footprint there. As you can see by our list, there's a couple things we'd like, obviously replacing and adding new outdoor warning sirens. As the city manager mentioned, city is expanding, so we'd like to expand with that with additional capability. They're kind of pricey, they're about $30,000 to $35,000 a unit, plus the annual maintenance. So that's one thing. I kind of listed in here radio systems and infrastructure updated. Chief Ford already mentioned this. We are all in this together. A lot of our funding, we did an upgrade a couple years ago in dispatch, came through grant funding. We also do grant funding through Homeland Security. So we managed to secure about almost $90,000 to upgrade the radio system. It's at its useful lifespan right now, so it's being held together. Training, we do a lot of the training for our responders, incident command training, ICS 300, 400. We do those things for those individuals that need it too. They need it for their certifications and qualifications. We also, Chief Nolan mentioned the hazmat team. I believe last time I checked, we, through our grant funding, have managed to maintain 100% of the equipment through grant funding over the years. And that's quite a pricey sum that we have been able to secure for them, upgrading sensors at $40,000 a piece. So they get kind of pricey, so we've managed to do that. We also supply items for the police department, through the Homeland Security funding. So we're pretty successful in that respect. This year alone, we're spending about $69,000 on grant funding for the two departments. So we're doing pretty good. Obviously, we want to expand. We want to get back out to our community once COVID goes. We have our CERT team, which is a teen CERT team, which is through the high school, Community Emergency Response Team. Teaches all the students, and like Chief Nolan said, to get them involved in these youth programs within the fire department. And that was one of the goals I started with this, is to help bridge that gap and keeping the kids local and bring them into the emergency services somehow, either with the police department, fire department, excuse me. And that was one of the ways we tried to do that with that program. The fire department has been very helpful with us, providing the medical training for that program. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions from the commissioners?
I just want to say thank you, and you guys been doing a terrific job with COVID vaccines. Very nice, very good.
Yeah, that was an unforeseen one, really, wasn't it?
All right, let's go on. Mary Lou is patiently waiting online. She doesn't have the benefit of the chuckling and the side conversation. So Mary Lou, thank you. Do you want to tell us about cats?
Yes, through my tenure, I've seen your transit system grow from 12,000 trips annually to 68,000 trips at our peak. Unfortunately, COVID really did a job to this department as well. We went down to probably 35 trips a day. But with the administration's help and the CARES Act funding, we were able to keep everyone employed, didn't have to furlough anyone, which was a great thing. There was work assignments to other departments, and we were able to get CARES Act funding to support us 100%. There was a lot of stuff that needed to be done so that we could make the system safe for our passengers and safe for our staff. And so during that downtime, we were able to get a lot of things accomplished. We were able to install hand sanitizer units in all the buses, driver barriers between the passenger and the driver to keep them safer, make sure our ventilation was good in our vehicles, limit the number of people in our vehicles, let out a lot of information to customers, make sure that they had masks that were readily available to them to wear during boarding. And I think that we have done a good job, really a great job in building the transit system to where it is today, but there's so much more that can be done and should be done. And we've talked a lot about fixed route service in the city of Clovis. Are we there yet where we need that? I'm not sure. That's something that we need to look at. Currently, I feel like we need to develop what we have, make sure that we put a plan in place to replenish our fleet when the time comes, instead of scrounging for money to do so. We need to, now with this new asset management program coming into place, that's going to help a lot, where we can just go into this computer system, type in a work order, what's needed for our vehicles, and get the vehicles serviced. But with that, we have to remember too that the maintenance division at Public Works is short-staffed as well. So how can we help in that regard? Do we look at possibly hiring our own mechanic, maybe a mobile mechanic, or do we build a facility here to work on our own vehicles? Or do we apply for funding to maybe hire mechanics at the maintenance division? Those are all things that need to be looked at. We also need to entice business, transportation business to come into the community, because we cannot be the be-all of transportation for the city. There's gap areas that need to be filled by private enterprise and should be. And but we definitely need to partner with those businesses as they come into town, and to see if we can make it a better transportation and more accessible transportation for everyone in the community. And we were able to successfully apply for a grant to the state, and working with Barbara, and she's working diligently trying to get service started for our seniors to and from Portales and other community, other areas in the area, to get seniors to medical appointments. And I look forward to seeing that happen, and I look forward to us gathering the information that's needed to show the state that we are able and capable of doing that, and it definitely needs to be something that continues, and possibly in the future make that accessible to the general public as well, because we definitely need to bring the communities together. We have people that need to get in between the two communities of Portales and Clovis, most definitely. As far as retention, this past year, knock on wood, we had a full staff until just recently. And I, like Leanne, held back on hiring an office staff person only because our ridership had dropped such that I didn't feel like it was needed, but that position is now open. We're back up to about 200 a day. We hope to build the public's confidence back so that we can once again hit 300 a day. But during COVID, we learned that there's so much more that transportation can do, and Federal Transit Administration offered us the opportunity to do that. Right today, we're delivering hot meals to about 70 homes a day. We're also working with the food bank. We deliver food boxes to individuals. We pick up individuals to go to Walmart to do the grocery pickup so that they don't have to go inside the store to gather their items. And these are things that we never would have thought of even doing before. And we're training our employees. via virtual rather than sending them off for training. We're still doing a lot of hands-on here. And I think that's, as Paul said, I think that's the way that it's going, and I think we need to be ready to grasp it.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Comments, Justin?
No, and the one thing I would say and point out and echo what Mary Lou said was public transit can't be the be-all and end-all to everything transportation within our own community. As we start to grow economically, there's a potential additional nightlife within our community, we can't simply rely on our CATS system to be that solution to transporting individuals throughout the different venues around town. I think that that's a great opportunity and for an expansion within the private sector to recognize the need that there is out there. I know that Lyft services are available, and that's just one company by any means. And we were at an Association of Defense Community Conference, and they talked about Lyft being a great spousal employment for military installations. And so if they would, and we do a better job of letting the community know, of saying, hey, there is this need out there, and maybe making that, be a matchmaker, make that connection, that may be an opportunity for folks to invest in and fill that gap within our community that is missing. So just wanted to echo what Mary Lou said when she said public transit is not necessarily the be-all and end-all to all public transportation needs.
If I may, Ms. Kemp, thank you very much for your participation this afternoon. I just wanted you to clarify for us, you mentioned, you referenced 200 per day. Are you talking about 200 unique riders on CATS per day?
No, those are not unique. Those are trips.
Okay, okay. And then you said something about 300 being where you wanted to get back to. Is 300 the norm outside of COVID world?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So,
I think Mary Lou brought up a very good point when we talk about celebrations. I think we should, as a city, celebrate the fact that we did not furlough a single employee. And I think that is something that we truly do need to celebrate in knowing what other communities had to do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, well, let's go to building safety, and then airport, and the city manager's office, and then we're taking a break. Okay?
The building safety is comprised of 4 different divisions. They have inspectors. They service all kinds of building inspections, permitting. We provide service for Clovis, 5 miles outside of Clovis. We also take care of Portales, 3 miles outside of Portales. We also take care of Texaco. We have code compliance. We also have the zoning administrator, and we have the environmental response team. So, when we talk about that, I have a capability, I have a staff of 14. I have a third of them right now that's eligible to retire today. So, when I say that, we have certain ones that we have to have in that position. We're working on it and trying to get other inspectors cross-trained, because if we lose a certain one, we're kind of in a bind. So we're working on trying to get a lot of the inspectors cross-trained, get them up to the highest level possible. Code compliance, it's kind of a unique situation. We're making lots of changes. There are a lot of things in the city code that needs to be corrected and updated. A lot of it kind of ties our hands. So we're working with the city attorney and city manager's office, and we're trying to get a lot of that corrected that definitely needs to be updated. I have a brand new zoning administrator. You guys will meet him soon. He transferred from code compliance over to the zoning administrator position. The environmental response team, we currently have 1 open spot. I just hired out of those, I hired one of them as the crew lead. They're in need of some equipment. They're in need of some updated, better equipment to get the job done. A lot of the stuff that we wanted to kind of touch base on was communication between departments. I mean, we work with police department, we work with public works, but we want to definitely increase a lot of the communication and the cooperation between all the departments.
Thank you. Questions? I think you'll probably get some as we look at council's priorities. Certainly, a lot end up, as you saw the list, probably in your lap as well, so.
I'm real excited that we're looking at some of these codes and making changes and bringing them up to date.
We are too. A lot.
All right, let's go to the airport, and I think James has 3 letters for you. Right?
Yeah.
I bet I can guess what those 3 letters are.
I can too.
You would never know it by my personality, but I'm extremely nervous about talking to people. So we're gonna work through this. Okay, so airports, we provide safe and efficient landing facilities for pilots to land their airplanes and passengers to move through to their final destination. Some of the challenges that the Clovis Regional Airport has is, one is people don't know we're out there. We're far away from town, and people pass us by and don't even know where we are. So I thought about a strategy of, well, let's rename the airport to what it actually is, and that's a regional airport. Yeah, we're a municipal airport because we're a municipality. That one. But we provide a wider service than a regular municipal airport. We're a regional airport. We take passengers from this area and we take them to another area. So that's regional. Another challenge is that 3-letter word is FBO. FBO is the heartbeat of an airport. The FBO is what attracts pilots to come to your airport. Not the passenger jets that have to come there because they're scheduled to, but it's that guy flying from Texas to Arizona and need a place to stop to get gas. So where's he going to stop? The place with the nice facility that he can get a free drink of water or free coffee or ice cream or what have you, and cheap gas. So we got the cheap gas going, but our facilities are extremely lacking. Yeah. So also maintenance at the airport it hasn't been taken care of. Our hangars are in bad shape. I'm requesting grants to get those repaired. Some of them just have to be torn down and we got to rebuild new. So I've been working with New Mexico DOT to get us more funding. They found some extra cash, so I've been able to request a lot more than they normally would have given us. So I've taken advantage of them finding that extra account, and I've been asking anything I need. I've been asking. There's more funding sources that I can go to, like the federal FAA, but their process takes months, sometimes years, to get the funding that you need. So the fastest way to get funding is through the state right now, because in the FAA eyes, we're low priority because of our enplanements. So some of the short-term goals are to improve our facilities, the FBO, to get our passenger numbers up, and I've been working on the marketing portion, which once we get recognized and us changing the name to regional and getting that in the papers and on TV, people are going, wait, there's an airport out there? Yeah, and we also provide passenger services. The big challenge is getting that flight back to Dallas, but I always tell people, well, you can get anywhere in the world through Clovis, you just got to go through Denver. What else? So I got a grant to install self-serve fueling. Self-serve fueling at airports, it allows us to lower our price even further, which attracts more pilots. So a pilot's looking for cheap gas, and he sees Clovis, oh, wow, they're $1 cheaper than Portales. They're coming to Clovis. That also ties into the FBO. They stop here just because we have cheap gas, but then they see that, oh God, they have great facilities in an airport restaurant. So that keeps them coming back. So that's my goal. I've been saying FBO since I've been here. So. And that's a fixed base operator, by the way, so just in case you didn't know. Also, we've expanded our social media presence with the help of IT. We're coming up with a airport website. It's going to be just like any other airport with passenger service. We're going to have our passenger schedule, flight schedule. If there's any delays, we're going to give airport updates, everything that a pilot would need to know about the airport. I think that's it.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
James, I have a question. From someone who only flies commercial, as I'm sure most of us do in here, we never see the FBO facilities in other airports. What are you hoping for? What would attract a pilot here that we don't have?
Well,
Restroom.
what pilots look for, they look for amenities, basically. They want coffee, they want water, they want snacks. They also want the ability to get food, hence the airport restaurant. So when they fly in, they're coming in to either get gas or pick up or drop off passengers. So they need a facility just to wind down, put their feet up and hang out until it's time to go again. So I've already started. I got a new coffee machine, and it's a Keurig, and you don't have to fill it up with water. So it's more sanitary, it's more clean, and it's easy to use. We purchased a vending machine because we needed one with a card reader, and we needed a better selection. And we also, now we provide bottles of water. We bought a drink cooler, and we have bottles of water that we provide now for free.
And so James actually came from one of the premier FBO facilities in the country at Lake Charles in Louisiana, and they have a fantastic FBO. And so we just need newer and more modern facilities to attract those airports in. It's those corporate jets that are flying overhead that will stop within the city of Clovis. If you've ever looked at a map of the nation, we're pretty much centrally located between the West Coast and the East Coast. And so we get a lot of air traffic that flies over the city of Clovis every day. So our goal being is they've got to stop for fuel somewhere. Well, we want them to stop here. And so what does that do for us? If they're purchasing fuel from us, there's fuel flowage fees. It generates revenue into our airport. And so it's an economic driver for us. And so that's one of the reasons to try and get that FBO in place to where we are now an attractive place for those pilots to stop.
Yeah,
And it's more than just the Keurig and some bottled water. It's from the customer service, being able to direct those aircraft in. I mean, these are very expensive airplanes, so when they land, they want to be guided and told in. They want somebody greeting them. They want the whole shebang. And so that's a goal and vision of James, to get us there with a new FBO.
And Justin, since you mentioned modern, James, you might just mention the TSA program that we got
Oh, yes.
coming up.
This was a program that was started prior to me, so I'm finishing it up. But the TSA coming in, that's a big deal. It's bigger than most people realize because it takes you from going from an unsecured airport, meaning we didn't have TSA, and then when you get to Denver, you have to go through their TSA, which can take you an hour to an hour and a half. Now with TSA coming to Clovis, you go from secure to secure. So instead of getting out of Denver and catching a bus to the front side of the terminal and then going through TSA in Denver, you actually go from our airport right behind the secure TSA screening, and you can go right to your gate, and your bags will be transferred right over.
Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing else, we will move on to the last, which is the city manager's office. And then we're taking a break, and then we'll come back and figure out how we sort all of this out.
So I'll keep it brief. No, I think that for me, is we've had the opportunity to visit individually with all the departments, and haven't obviously had a chance to visit with the commission yet, and to be able to hear what y'all's vision is. I think that what they have talked about and discussed this afternoon, as well as what's in their packet, they've touched on a little bit of everything on the list that you'll see in front of you from administration, from staffing and training to succession planning and redundancy within the departments, to developing those career ladders. And so I think that his administration role is also to listen, and to listen to the departments and educate ourselves on what their needs are, and then be that conduit between the departments and the commission to make sure that they can have the tools and the resources that they need to be able to they're the boots on the ground to be able to accomplish that work, and still be able to do it within the budgets that the commission will set and approve. And so we have made a lot of changes over the last couple of years, and we will continue to make changes that are necessary. And where things are working, we're not going to change things that are not broken. We may need to modernize the way those things are doing and the way they look and the shape and form of them, but we're still doing it the same way we were previously. So I think that you've probably heard a lot from the departments and what their needs are. And once again, I'm just here to encourage and help them get the resources that they need to do their jobs. All right. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, because I think with distancing, trying to get snacks and food and bio breaks, I'm going to ask the commission when we come back to talk about your priorities, what you've heard, and now it's the very difficult task of trying to figure out, you have this many needs, this many resources. How do you give direction to kind of space those out and allocate those? Okay? So let's take 10 minutes.
I didn't know JV was playing today.
I knew about it because Paul called me because he was at the land and he made it back in time
Oh, good.
for me to take JJ, but I said, I'm gonna be at a meeting.
It's hard, I keep seeing the empty chairs.
Are you gonna watch, go to Roswell tomorrow and watch them play? No, they play tomorrow at 6 in Roswell. I know
All right.
varsity does. Oh,
So we have gone kind of from big picture, what's going on in the environment, and here are all of these needs that staff has identified for the community. And what I'd like to do is point out what council identified in the commission has identified in terms of their priorities, what they're hearing from constituents, what their primary concerns are, and I invite you to look at those, starting on, it's on page 9 and 10. And I want to open it up for comments, any clarification from the commission or staff, and then invite the commission to talk about how do we identify and elevate kind of A-level priorities and B-level priorities. And the importance of this is to give the direction to the staff so that they can say, here's where the council wants us to focus our efforts. Here's where the council wants reports, wants accountability, it's going to hold us accountable for the results that they want us to achieve. It's difficult because everything that's on this list is in fact a priority. And the commissioners would probably not be happy if we asked them, all right, number them from 1 to 100, because you can't, right? You can't. Yeah, you could ask, but I know what I did when I was an elected official, and it's not nice. So that's kind of where we're headed in an hour, all right? So as you look down the list, economic development, huge, especially coming out of COVID. And that ties into so much of quality of life issues. The economic development gives you the revenues and the resources to do all the other things that you need. A lot on roads and infrastructure. Roads, sidewalks, master planning, lighting, water. Always want to make sure that we keep it in the forefront, although I understand that there are things in progress. But how do we make sure that that plan is clear and communicated to the public? Encourage conservation. I think every single commissioner talked about the need for beautification and putting our best foot forward, focusing on entryways into the city, arterials, concerns about vacant buildings. This is what falls into a lot of your lap there, that the code enforcement has to be a priority. If we're not looking our best, how are we going to attract retail, new people, and get them to stay? And then a lot on quality of life, and these quality of life issues spill over into a lot of other areas. Economic development, parks, playgrounds, right? The senior center, all of these, the library, all these things about why people want to be here. And then questions that how can we best take advantage of the basin of the community college? How can we take advantage of the highways and the railroads through our city? And how can we make sure that we pay city employees a livable wage? And I think a part of that is, and make sure they know it. So with that opening, I don't know if Mary, if you want to start. You're leaning forward, giving me the cue.
Well, I've found out that I'm often asked to start, so we'll give it a shot. I wanted to say first, before moving on, thank you to each of you department heads. Thank you for the job you do. Thank you for what you've shared with us today. It is helpful. And I believe that the last thing there that Ms. Novak mentioned, and it's on the bottom of page 10, ensure that we pay city employees a livable wage. I can't help but notice the number of departments that talked about recruitment and retention and all of those things. And so what I would say to that is that must be a priority. That has to be a priority going forward, is that we make sure that that the compensation is competitive, and perhaps that means monitoring and reviewing the compensation plan that was approved recently, and perhaps that involves helping city employees be able to understand the value of the benefits, as that was mentioned. But I'm going to ask the commissioners to come along with me on committing to doing what we need to do to give you the tools to make sure that city employees are compensated as well as possible, so that we take off of the table and out of the equation the pay piece when we're thinking about the difficulties with recruiting and retaining, and so even if it means backing up and doing something different, commissioners, or taking a different look at it, let's commit to giving the city manager the tools needed to address compensation and help these departments shore up their turnover and retention problems. Past that, Ms. Novak, where were we going? See, I just start talking and I don't know what we're doing. Yeah.
And so, based on your priorities that you all identified, and the priorities that you identified, as well as what you heard from your staff, the people who are, boots on the ground doing this, the needs of the city, where should you focus? Like you articulated it well. We need to back up the city staff so they know that this is a priority. And often when it comes, for example, to economic development, perhaps, what do you want your staff to do? Respond to you? Do you have a goal? That kind of thing.
Right. Thank you for that. And commissioners, I would invite you to jump in wherever you like. Ms. Novak said earlier, it would be an impossible task to try and prioritize things and list things in order of priority, right? But it looks like, economic development is first there. As mayor, new in the role, coming out of private sector, and much more private citizen than I am anything else still at this point, although I am working hard at being a public servant. I feel like economic development is paramount, and we have to work on it. And I think that, if you watch trends and see what's going on with the retail sector, I think that we're at a real pivotal time as a city our size and located where we are, as close as we are to the border and as close as we are to Lubbock, Texas, for example. I think that we have to get busy doing things that we haven't done before in order to build out our retail offering. The retail offering is a big deal in a town like ours, where we are a hub to a trade area of approximately 80 or 90,000 people, and not enough of them are doing their shopping here. We need to build out our retail offering so that the money is being spent here and not outside the community. We've quantified that. Our retail strategies has helped us to quantify that at this point, and the leakage from our trade area is $460 million plus per year. And I don't think it's possible that we would recover all of that. Consumer habits are going to lend themselves to money is going to be spent outside the trade area. However, if we could fill the gaps and the holes in our retail offering, I think we could keep more money at home, and we could get the trade area to come shopping here instead of driving on through to Lubbock. So that's a priority of mine, and while I think that it's important because retail does mean real jobs, and it certainly generates GRT, it also is a major factor in quality of life. And when we talk to our friends at Cannon, and when we talk to our friends right here in town, lifelong Clovis residents, quality of life issues are a concern, and we want to address those. And as we see the retail sector shrinking, I think that is something. I'm not a proponent of government getting involved in too many things, but I think that it is a big enough problem that the government do something about it here in our area, and that's why I've worked really hard, and a team around me has worked really hard over the last year to change state statute, and there was a bill that was passed that would allow us to incentivize retail as economic development, And the governor has not signed that yet, but we hope that she will. And when she does, then we can start to talk about how we might be able to use that to fill those holes in our local economy. And when I say that the retail offering is a factor in quality of life, that segues very nicely into, you know, recruitment of industry. We have our economic development folks working on recruiting industry. We, you know, you see the recruitment of physicians to the area, and you always hear quality of life come up in that discussion, right? Because someone relocating to here wants to kind of understand what the community has to offer in the way of entertainment and retail and those kinds of things. And so I think that they go together. I think other opportunities for economic development include, you know, the thing that they call solo work these days, you know, or remote work. We're a gigabit city, and we have daily flights to an international airport right out of our backyard. And if you didn't know that, ask Mr. Harris. He'll tell you about it.
We only had an FBO.
So
Ice cream.
I think we just need ice cream out there. So I think that we have limitless opportunity. I tell people I have a brother-in-law that I've tried to recruit to here. He already works remotely. I said, you know, we have gigabit internet. We have a high quality of life and a low cost of living. You know, I think Clovis is a great place to live and work remotely. And so when you think about the opportunities with canon spouses to work remotely and all of those things, we're set up to do that. And so I've reached the point in my spiel that I'm just kind of blabbing, but hopefully that gives you a flavor for what I think about economic development and how important it is. And, you know, I approach that with a business mindset. I mean, we need to invest in our strengths, and our strength is we are a retail hub. And so, or we should be. And so I think that we need to invest there. And I think that would grow GRT. It would make it easier to do some of the things that we need to do as an organization. And I'll pause there. Commissioners, any thoughts on economic development?
I got something on economic development. You know, retail is really important. We need to have it here in town, but we also need to have some entertainment for those people at the base. Now, maybe now that they changed the liquor license deal, maybe that'll be able to open more retail stuff in here and more liquor establishments here. So I'm hoping, and I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that we could do here in Clovis, I think, that would help us with retail.
Yep.
Get some more businesses in here.
I agree, Commissioner. I think it's a matter of promoting our area. You know, we've identified the gaps in our retail offering, and so now, and some of those are entertainment. You know, to your point. You know, when I say retail, a lot of times I mean entertainment and all of that. And we've identified those things. So now it's, you know, we have retail strategies that work for us. I've started making calls myself to brokers and ask, you know, who do you represent? We have a need for these types of things in our community, and so we need to do the work of getting the word out and getting people to take a look at us, so that then they can put pencil to paper and decide if they could come, you know, make a business here. Other thoughts?
I have a few thoughts, Mayor.
Yes.
I also agree. I think economic development is forefront on our priority list, which leads to quality of life, and it also leads to employee retention. And I want you all to know, I think you're doing a fabulous job. As a private industry or a private business owner myself, and my family owns a private business here in town, I absolutely know what you are referring to when you're talking about employee retention. It is unbelievably difficult, not just for the city of Clovis, for every private business in the country, but especially here, I think, because of some of the fun things that we might be lacking in this area. So I want you to know that I hear you, and I hear also a need for equipment. And I also know it's not easy to do a job when you don't have the equipment that you need. So I just want you to know, as a commissioner, I hear your needs, and they are very important to me.
I also want to step out and thank all of our departments and the employees, because without you and the employees that work for you, we would have a hard time operating this city. It would be very, very difficult. So thank you for what you do. From what I'm hearing from all the departments is job retention and recruiting is a problem throughout the community, and not just our community, it's throughout the country, like Commissioner Paula says. But I think we've got some good ideas through our HR department that are going to help, and also working with some of the schools and doing programs with them through the police department, fire department. I think that's important. I think that's a benefit that we can offer that others don't. I think our departments have a vision. They know what they need. They know what they need to do. I think we just have to work towards finding the funding and the, what it takes to make sure they have the equipment and the everything they need to operate their department. As a commission, of course, we listen to the citizens of our community as to what their needs are, what they would like to see, what they need. And, we try to work towards solutions. And, so that's what's important. But, our departments are extremely important to us, and I think we have to continue to work with each department and try to do our best to make sure that you have what you need to take care of the city.
Any other comments about economic development, commissioners?
I was going to say, I don't think we advertise enough of what we do here in Clovis. This town started with the music in the 60s, and then I had a friend of mine that came from Arkansas, and he came down here to Clovis, and he said, I want to go out there to go see where the site where the Clovis man was, the Blackwater. And I said, I can take you there, but there's a lot of people who don't know about that site, even here in Clovis. There's a lot of people. I knew about it because I traveled the whole country with UPS and all that stuff, so I knew what was going on, but there's a lot of people that didn't know anything about it. He said he found out about it. He lived here in Clovis. He lived here for 6 years, and he said he never heard of it before. When he was in Arkansas, he read about it at a museum, so he came over here to go look at it. So.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Commissioner Madrid, as part of the ethnic fair, of course, we did not have that last year because of the COVID. We did promote the Blackwater Draw and Clovis Man. We brought in a museum exhibit to do that, and that's something that we are wanting to expand on as part of the ethnic fair activities to talk about our culture and history. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I think when you talk about economic development, first of all, I think we need to really work on our beautification of the city. If I'm a business owner, want to relocate to Clovis, I want to see where I'm going to relocate a business or open a business. So if I'm driving into Clovis and I see that the places are really not well taken care of, then I don't know if I want to invest in this community. So beautification, I think, should be one of the top priorities, quality of life, what we have to offer for them to get over here. I mean, we lost a lot of doctors because they come to Clovis. They see that there's nothing else to do for them or the families, so they just move on. I think it's very critical that we look at those two things. But how you go about it, I mean, let's face it. Building safety, they're the ones that can go out and tell citizens, hey, you need to clean up your properties, but they don't have the personnel to do all these things. We need to give them the resources so they can be able to do these things. So how you prioritize, how you go about it, where do you start? It's hard to get people to work. So, and the state is not making it any easier, or the federal government. Coming out of the pandemic is a tough issue, but again, I'm having an issue recruiting employees because they'd rather stay home. They get more money staying home than they do going out to work. So how long is that going to last? As I understand, it's September, but it's also a political thing. There's certain people that rather give them the money so they can do this, and people can get their votes. So it's political, and that's an ugly thing to have, but we're having to deal with it. So how do we prioritize? Where do we start? Recruitment, value benefits. What does the city have to offer to bring the people here? Maybe we need to advertise more. Look at the bottom line. What is it that you're getting paid for? I don't know how you can put it there, but I think it's something that we can do. So.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Garza, the metropolitan redevelopment area that the commission is working on and will have within the next 3 months will hopefully help to address, that whole swathe of the going, either side of the downtown area on the entryways and so on is all part of that metropolitan redevelopment area. And as we move forward with the implementation of that, hopefully it will help, one, deal with the slum and blight in that area, the general appearance of that area, provide maybe affordable housing in the area, depending on how, what your decisions are as to how you would like to implement the plan, and also retail along those entryways to try and address that situation. So that's one piece that we have to work on to try and address the quality of life and the beautification piece. I totally agree with you. The graffiti around town is something that we have had talked long and hard on in recent weeks, and manning is definitely a challenge in having time to get that all done. And Commissioner Casaus, we've talked about it many times, and you've shared your frustration, and we share it too with folk around town that are just not showing pride in their in the community, and so.
And that's exactly the problem, that we need to show that we do have pride in the community, that we do take care of our city, and there's a couple of areas that I've been touching base with you guys and still not taken care of, whether it's a private owner's issue or what, but it needs to be taken care of. So when we had a gentleman that wanted to open a restaurant here. He was driving around and getting acquainted with the city, and then he did mention to me that, there's certain areas that are not well taken care of. So we do need to take care of these areas, not just the ones that the travelers look at, but all areas. So.
And just for the commission's information and some of the other things that we're working on in regards to beautification, I've had conversations with the county manager on how we could potentially use inmate labor to assist in cleaning up our corridors. It's based off the number of detention officers that they have at the time, and so which they're down. But that's one aspect that we're looking at. Community service. How could we potentially utilize community service hours in order to help go out and consistently pick up garbage along US 6084, which is our main entryway into our corridor. So we are having those conversations. We've also had some considerations from a landscaping standpoint. We have a lot of overgrowth that's in that area. We do have a mowing contractor, but it's not necessarily landscaped the nicest. We have trees and some field grass. And so how could we do things differently from a beautification standpoint, making those entryways more elegant for when folks come in? We have reuse water in some of those areas. Could we expand on our reuse system? Could we do a design, build, maintain contract with a local landscaping company to go out and beautify those areas, and then they're responsible to maintain it in a certain condition. And so if we are short, say, on parks maintenance personnel, we don't want to go and add additional parks if we're not willing to provide the additional staff and the maintenance capabilities of it. So could we partner with the private sector and put some type of bid out in order to accomplish those goals? So those are some other ideas that we're looking at, and obviously as Mr. Roach is looking over the code compliance officers and how they're going out and addressing things, and as well as Mr. Morris, as we're looking at our code and talking about abandoned buildings and dangerous buildings. How do we address those through our code to potentially still respect the private property owner's rights, but also respecting the rights of the individuals that live around them, and are having to look at and see those vagrant, or those buildings that are dilapidated every day. And so balancing that and trying to put a process in place that meets both those needs and that is efficient, to where our code enforcement officers have the tools through the code that they can enforce and the commission can take action on to start trying to address some of those situations. So that's a highlight, but definitely we recognize it and are trying to come up with strategies to address them as well.
So you've identified and reinforced kind of the staffing issues, the economic, I get a sense that for all of you, economic development is a priority because it ties into everything else. Quality of life issues, and I think we need to talk a little bit more about exactly what you mean here, because you could lump everything into quality of life if you wanted to. And then beautification, again, because it links into quality of life as well as economic development. What other issues or priorities need to be up here from the commissioner's standpoint?
Ms. Novak, are you asking specifically for us to fill in the quality of life issues
I
area?
think that's important to highlight because you could say it's everything,
Uh-huh.
but are there particular focus that you want the staff to have?
If you were to ask a private citizen what is it that you would like to see in the community, it's pretty open. I want a big swimming pool. Okay? All right, so I want a pickle court, I want a basketball court, a little better one. I want more tennis courts.
So it sounds like recreation,
More
things to do.
recreation, more things to do. You have a golf course, and then you have a par 3 golf course that is being a little more utilized, the par 3, which is a good thing to have. I've seen a lot of more grandpa and grandkids teaching the golf game, so it is a good thing. But then you ask a teenager, what is it that you would like to see? And well, I want some place to dance because I can go to a lounge. I want to go have a dance. So where do you do those things? How will you approach that? So it just depends who you ask, and it's so many things. You know, you have bowling alley, but it's closed because state regulations right now, which I don't see it. You have a lot of restaurants that are packed, but not a bowling alley. I don't see the difference there.
Right.
You know, it's things that don't make any sense, but we do have those things.
And part of it is knowing that eventually we will come out of COVID.
Right.
So what does that landscape look like too?
So you have a bowling alley, so the movie theaters, I mean, there's so many things, but specifically teenagers don't have nothing else to do. And that's part of the problem, that we don't have that for teenagers, just for other people, but not teenagers. And they're the ones that are, can be a little more anxious to do something.
Yep.
Whether it's drinking, other recreational activities. So how do we approach that? That's the problem.
Maybe it's things to bring people together.
So things to bringing people together.
Ms. Novak, we've talked about what an asset our parks are. The city has a lot of great outdoor spaces, and we have mostly fantastic weather year-round. And I know we have a parks plan. And we've got wonderful things from Hillcrest to many of the other parks. But I think an opportunity, and it's made the list here, would be to really look at Ned Hauk. There's a lot of space out there, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for different things that we could do out there to create more outdoor recreation opportunities for folks, and that certainly falls into quality of life.
I have been pushing for a lot of, a little more entertainment. There was some plans to do a bandstand at Green Acres. There's a lot of talent in town. There's a lot of kids that would love to perform. So that will still be one of my recommendations for parks, to have a bandstand, Green Acres Park, open mic, have people come in and showcase what talents that they have. That will be part of quality of life. So I don't see why we can't do that.
A skate park,
So if I may,
park.
We have the skate
You know-
park right there at Green Acres. Might not be a big one, but we do have it.
You know, I was gonna
Commissioner
say,
Madrid, too. I know you've had your hand up.
I had my hand up, but
Hey, I'm closer here, that's what
I
you
know,
said.
and then you just jumped in and opened it. Well, anyway, you know, some of us, you know, like I'm chairman of the parks, you know, and we try to do a lot of this stuff, trying to get the parks up to par and have entertainment and all that stuff, but a lot of that, the COVID came along and it kind of screwed us all up. But I think now that things are opening up, I think we're gonna be able to do a lot more at the parks and all that stuff, open them up for people to meet out there, for soccer fields to be used. And I think it'll be a lot better for that, but I still think that we need entertainment for people from the base, other than just the parks. The parks are good for the families, and they're good for a lot of stuff, but I still think we need, for quality of life, we need to do some of this stuff. And some of these commissioners, like, I'm on the parks, like some of these commissioners on public works, some of them are on water. So a lot of that's quality of life. Water's
is.
quality of life. Public works, the roads are quality of life. So everything's quality of life. Everything fits into that quality of life.
Exactly.
So,
And that's why it's important to tease out which pieces are important to you, so that staff can then just say, oh, okay, we can do something here.
and I have a question.
Yes.
And so when we're talking about more entertainment from events, are you looking for us to organize and create events similar to the ethnic fair within our parks? Is that what I'm hearing? And from a guidance standpoint, is that where you would like us to head?
Let me go.
I don't,
I'm sorry.
You know, and that's what I was going to say. The city cannot do all of this. We need citizen participation. You know, and until the citizens clean up their act, clean their property, take care of their own property, home, clean it up, put a white picket fence, nothing is going to get accomplished. But there's a lot of volunteers in town that I know would help with a lot of this. But they get so discouraged because people don't take pride in their areas.
And it's it's a chicken and egg kind of thing.
Right.
And if I can take my kind of facilitator hat and kind of longtime elected official hat, my city is the same size you are. And you guys are much older, but we had very much the same issue, that code enforcement was a huge deal for us. And, I mean, we'd spend hours talking about screens for trash cans and how we were gonna get people to take care of their properties. And it was, what we ended up doing is kind of this integrated approach. And instead of this comes before this, it was like a both and. And we started kind of activating our public spaces. And now they have events that the city semi-sponsors. We have a food truck festival. It brings in, I mean, we're a city of about 40,000. It brought in 90,000 people. It was crazy. We had the 4th of July, you know, all these little events. And pretty soon, people were saying, man, our city is great. And they started taking care of properties. So it's this chicken and egg kind of thing, but it doesn't always have to be city-sponsored, but more city encouraged and supported, you know, and letting, like, I heard from all of you about how wonderful the people of Clovis are, and that you're there for each other, and you cut out for each other. And, you know, what would it take to, hey, this is what we want to do, who's interested? So, you know,
Well,
it's difficult that way.
Right.
I was thinking about, you know, entertainment. I wasn't thinking about the city doing all the entertainment. I mean, like some of these airmen out there at the base, they're not 21. Some of them are 17, some of them are 18, some of them are 19. So they can't go to a bar to drink. There has to be some other kind of venue where they can go to. So I think we need to, maybe somebody needs to open up something, but not just the city.
Not until COVID.
And understood, and obviously, we've had some events and had some events proposed. I mean, for like the zoo, there was an event proposed to have a night out at the zoo, which was being led and facilitated through a private citizen to start that and had requested lodger's tax, et cetera. We host like the Easter egg hunt. We host obviously the Smoke on the Water in partnership with Rooney and Moon and the Chamber for their Green Acres Park. You know, we do the ethnic fair, and so I mean, once again, are we looking for us to create more food truck events or just create events in our parks? I mean, there could be movie nights in the parks. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we could do within the park system. But is that the direction you would like? Would you like us to start brainstorming and coming up with ideas and events for the parks?
No, I think if a city provides a venue like the bandstand, okay, and let the citizens come up with an idea, how do we utilize the facility, okay, they will come up with something, as long as they have a place to hold the event. I mean, if there's no other place, I mean, they used to go to Nethawk for that. They're not doing it. Why? Because it's too far. It's isolated in some way. But again, Green Acres will be a little better. You provide the bandstand, I guarantee you there's going to be people utilizing that. And private sector, I mean, they can come up with a concert. They might work with the city. We provide, the security, which we do for the 4th of July. As long as they have a place where they can do something, I think they can come up with something, and not necessarily the city. The Main Street, for instance, talked to Lisa at the Lyceum. We were going to have talent show also. That's what we were talking. I was talking to her. We haven't brought it back up because the Lyceum is not finished. Okay, once it's finished, I guarantee you there's going to be something going on there. But again, the city has to provide a place where they can do these things, and not necessarily us doing the legwork. Just, hey, there it is. What you want to do? Provide that type of service.
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, one of the things, and Commissioner Garza, you worked on the LGMC, the Local Growth Management Committee, when we had the new mission come in at Cannon Air Force Base, and one of the challenges has been there is a lot going on in town. It's just that we're not doing a very good job of promoting that to the airmen that are coming in. You know, we know what's going on because we've lived here for many years, but you've got people coming in from all over the world that do not know what's going on in Clovis, New Mexico, and we need to, and are working, now we have this communications person on doing a better job of pushing that information out to not just for the drinking establishments, Commissioner Madrid, but, for the other things that are here in town already. And that's what we need to keep pushing and pushing hard. And then, the county, I guess, in coordination with the Main Street program, of course, they've put in that new parking lot area, which has a stage and a green space and lighting and so on to do food truck activities on Main Street too. So that's an exciting opportunity.
Yep.
Commissioner Pollard?
I know you said that no questions are stupid questions, but maybe this is an uninformed question. After sitting next to Ms. Riggin today, and she's the Senior Services Director, has the city ever considered a Youth Services Director who would, sports programs, Easter egg hunts, things like that? The town that I grew up in was about 3 times the size of Clovis, and I know they're the ones that handled the swim lessons, the basketball programs, things like that. Is it because Clovis has typically relied on private groups to handle that?
Yeah, no, and that's a fantastic question, and actually something that we've been discussing internally, and obviously wanted to have a new Parks and Rec director on board first. And so what we have recognized is that where our role could play is that clearinghouse for all those activities that are out there. Yes, we don't run the soccer leagues, we don't run the Little League, we don't run the football leagues, the softball associations. They're all handled by a lot of nonprofit. However, where do folks usually go to start looking for those activities is the City of Clovis first. And we do have a recreation coordinator position. It's traditionally been, they've overseen Roy Walker. And that's about it. We do think that there could be opportunities to expand on that from summer youth programs with the YRB building that's been renovated. And so how can we take full advantage of those recreational opportunities and be able to get the information out and act as that one clearinghouse, but also be able to, because traditionally, once again, as we've gone through interview processes and talked to individuals that are from outside of our community, there is a dedicated individual to recreation. And they do everything recreation, from coordinating the youth sports leagues to coordinating events to, being all over these activities that are hosted within the parks facilities. That's a full-time job for somebody to do that. And I even see opportunities to be able to have that position involved with the boards of these 501s that run the leagues. That way there's that communication between, for example, where we have two different soccer leagues. Well, one league may not be communicating with the other league to where since they are our facilities, if we're attending those board meetings, we're going to know what's happening within those leagues. And so there could maybe be some communication across the different organizations. So I do agree that a rec coordinator position and expanding that potential role is something that we could definitely look at.
All right. So you've identified 1, 2, 3, 4 big priorities, in addition to all these other needs out here. What else do you think needs to be elevated or focused on for the next 3 to 5 years?
Roads.
Roads. Oops. I also heard that from every single commissioner.
Sidewalks.
To no surprise, right?
I think we need to emphasize that Clovis is a center here in Clovis where the roads that we have, they go from east to west, from north to south. And we have a crossroads here. I think we need to emphasize that crossroads, and we need to emphasize the railroad that we have here. The railroad could be really important. And now that they're going to build a third main line through here, it might be really important that we can make this a bigger yard here in Clovis if we get all these people to go out there to the industrial site. So.
What
that's
else?
one idea.
And when it comes to road funding, obviously we have our cyclical bond program that's in place that comes up every 3 years, 3.5 years. And it currently generates about $3.5 to $4 million. And so for the sake of discussion, the Martin Luther King project that we're currently looking at, or the rest of the West 7th Street project, those projects are upwards of $3.5 to $4 million. So the cyclical bond program, until we pay off the original issuance, which I believe is in 2026-ish, will only generate about that amount of money. And so what we're doing is looking for other sources of funding to be able to address our roadway needs. And so the state legislature last session and then this session, they upped the amount going into their transportation project fund. And if you recall, that's the fund that we applied for 7th Street on. We were ranked really high on. And we were ranked high because we had the plans completed and we were shovel ready in the traditional sense of it and ready to go for the roadway. We were passed over by the district for that because they put emphasis and priorities on the southeastern part of the state for all the oil field traffic that was occurring at the time. That fund will be coming back up again, and so we'll be making an application for 7th Street again as well to try and extend that project to go along with our cyclical bond cycle. And so if we're successful in that application, and we only have to utilize 5% matching funds for that particular project, that will free up some of our cyclical bond to be able to go towards other projects. Obviously, Mr. Bunch has lots of needs in the road department, and it's not just taking existing roadways that need to be expanded or widened. It's maintaining also our existing infrastructure that we have in place that's already failing. So whether that means more mill and fills on some of our existing 21st Street or on Prince Street. And so recognizing that we have lots of needs out there, as well as our residential roads, that we do as many miles as we can in the summertime with the available budgets. And so, but those dollars only go so far. And if you recall, we invested in some software called Road Biotics, and they went out and they, actually Stephen Hewitt drove every road in town, sent that data back to Road Biotics, and based off of the conditions of the road, the failures that are in it, the cracking that's in it, they gave a score to each one of our roads. And so now we can use some data behind our decision making on which roads we should prioritize from a residential standpoint and go and fix those roads first, and then be able to develop that plan to go in the future and program those dollars where they need to be programmed. But I think that what's going to be key for us is leveraging our resources. We only have so many dollars, and if we want to prioritize it and make it a higher priority and free up money from category X to go to roads, that's something that we could look at. But as Ms. Melanson said, there's only so many dollars to go around, and so still trying to maintain budgets to 14 different departments and get them all their needs that they need to do is decisions that obviously this commission will have to make.
Thanks for that. I agree that roads are a priority, and Ms. Novak, I get the sense that you're going to perform a miracle and pull all of this together in the next 15 minutes and, and draw us to a conclusion. But before you did, I wanted to make sure we mention water as a priority. And when I say water, I mean really kind of all things water, from our reuse system to keeping focus on the Ute Pipeline project via our membership in the Water Authority.
Conservation.
And that's great, because your priorities are not just kind of a re-emphasis, but continued emphasis on what's important, right?
Right.
Anything else that the commissioners want to highlight or put on here? Because this is why you get the big bucks.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I know. To make the difficult decisions and to give kind of direction to staff around, again, all these needs that you heard, and all of these are priorities, and everything that you identified, you can't do it all. So what floats to the top? That if you had all the money in the world, it'd be fine. Yay, go do it all. But you don't. You have limited resources. And so with those limited resources, both financial, human, capital, where should staff focus their efforts? And I would say short term, medium term, and long term. And the only ones that can answer that are you all, right?
No.
That's why you get the big bucks.
No, we can direct the staff to do that.
You could.
And still, whether we like something or we want something or not, it's just a matter of economics. Can they do it with what we have available? That's the problem. I think beautification is a must, providing quality of life that can help with economic development.
And then, of course, economic development helps give you the resources to do all of that and all of this.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly.
You've been quiet. Comments? I just want to give you an opportunity because I'm like right in front of you, and I want to make sure. But I want to give you the opportunity to weigh in.
No, I think economic development would be one of the top on my list. Just bringing in new industry, but I agree with Commissioner Garza that, you have new people coming into this town and they come in and see, we are in a drought, so it's brown. There's nothing growing right now, and you see some rundown buildings, so it's not the most appealing always, and so I think that would be a good priority as well. I do think that extending on economic development, I was talking with Paul and Justin about the LIFT programs. I think that could be very beneficial in this area if we were to bring in other businesses to allow young people to go out. I think that needs to be known to the public that could be a good opportunity for, a job. It could be, like we talked about, good for the base and those spouses that may just be looking for something to do on the side, and could be beneficial to the community.
Great.
And since she brought up Lyft, and since we have a public forum, Paul, how simple is it to sign up for Lyft?
It's quite simple. You can download the Lyft driver app, and it's got a little process to go through. You have to submit your driver's license, your insurance, and then you have to have a vehicle inspection. You can do that online, or you can actually go to Roswell if you wanted to, or you can just do it online. It can be done in easily a couple of hours maximum.
And so that's currently available today.
Yep.
And so anybody that wants to be a Lyft driver in Clovis, New Mexico, could be a Lyft driver.
And it sounds like it would be quite a lucrative position as well, based on what you all have said.
Easy for you to get
Uber
insurance on
too.
that.
So
Uber, Lyft.
when people say we don't have Uber, we don't have Lyft, it's because people need to go just sign up and be Uber or Lyft drivers. It's that simple.
All right,
Now that
what else?
we've endorsed
As we try and.
ride sharing, that's great. So, when I think about, wow, we've talked a lot about economic development and how important it is, and it's going to remain a priority for us. When we talk about what we'd be asking of our city departments, I mean, really, the economic development end of things isn't a whole lot of action items on any one department of the city and that kind of thing. So I think the beautification is certainly a priority, and that is action item on the part of city departments. So I'll just put Mr. Roach on the spot and see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of want to bounce off what Mr. Howell said earlier, is when we get the code and the ordinances updated, that's going to help us tremendously. It's going to free up a lot of outdated data, outdated terminology. We can't do it without y'all's help. I know you guys get phone calls all the time, because I get the phone calls, graffiti. That's a huge problem. We cannot abate the graffiti without the waiver signed. The city can't just go on somebody's property and clean it off. We have people that own properties that are deceased. We have people that own properties that live in New York. We have people that own properties here that have flat said, I get a letter from the city, I'm throwing it in the trash. We gotta have some help from you guys too.
I hear you, and we're ready to help you. You said the city attorney is already working on some things for us to look at?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is.
All right.
He's one of the few people who hasn't spoken today, so I don't want to put him on the spot, but I'll give you the opportunity if you would like to comment on that.
So when I took over, I think my first city commission meeting, there was an appeal of a structure abatement, and Wandel Massey was the appellant. And I told Justin and Claire, I started going through the code and the enforcement and the appeals process, and found out, so they recompiled the statutes in 1978, the New Mexico statutes. The last time that we had updated our code has been somewhere between 1953, which is the first iteration, and 1978. I'm not exactly sure where, but graffiti, for example, there's a provision in the code that says we can eliminate graffiti, but we have to give property owners blank days' notice, and nobody's ever filled it in. And so that's one of many statutes that we're going through. The structure abatement statutes, we've actually completely rewritten to conform with state statute now, and we'll be meeting, I think, this week, Wednesday and Thursday, to go over them with the commission. but it sort of puts the ball in the commission's court to start the process, to ask us to abate a property, and then we go from there. Instead of the other way around, where we're going and looking for these properties, we find a problem property, we get your permission first, and then the person gets notice that, hey, we've already looked at this, the commission's already wanted us to do something, and so it's a quicker process, it conforms with the state statute, and I think it'll be easier for code enforcement. And then I think, apart from the legal issues, there's issues that make it difficult for them to stay consistent because the code is contradictory. So one portion of the code gives them, 10 days to clean up graffiti, then they get 5 days to cut weeds, then they get 15 days to abate a dangerous building. And so we're trying to simplify it for code enforcement with one streamlined process, one method of appeal, and ultimately it resting with the city commission. So we are making changes. I've known that they need to be made since I started, and it's kind of a long process. We recently met with a code review company who is going to be like an extra set of eyes and look through our code with us, and they have a couple of lawyers. I believe they're based out of Florida, and they're ready to start that process this summer. So hopefully we'll have pretty close to a complete overhaul, at least in terms of code enforcement, within the next 12 months. And then from my perspective, I would like us to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of suing property owners who don't pay us, because we'll demo these houses, we'll clean up graffiti, we'll cut their weeds, and we put liens on their houses. And in the 2 years I've been here, I've never seen one person be sued or collected upon. And in fact, there's one gentleman who owes us $117,000 for 4 demolitions, who basically told me, what are you going to do about it? And the properties themselves are probably worth, $5,000. It's not worth going forward in a lawsuit all the time, but I think if we were to do that in a couple of situations, it may get people's attention, so.
Appreciate that, Mr. Morris. Thank you for the clarity that you bring to that issue. And Mr. Roach, we hear you when you say you need our help. We're excited to hear that this is being worked on and ready to consider those things, and totally agree. We need to update our city codes, and I agree with Mr. Morris. We need to be very aggressive, get on it early and often, and hold people accountable to take care of their properties. And everyone benefits if we do so.
If we get our retail business into town and people would start shopping here, then maybe we could pay our employees more and fix our roads. Because the more money, more GRT we get from the people here, the better it would be for the city, the better it would be for them. And a lot of people don't understand that this graffiti and this vandalism, it comes out of your pocket. It comes out of the citizen's pocket. So every time somebody goes and does that, we're going to have to pay for it. Not just we, but the whole city pays for it. So they need to understand that, that it's coming out of their pocket. It's not coming out of the city's pocket. It's their pocket that's coming out of it. Because the city belongs to them.
So we have been on a journey from the past, looking out forward, trying to figure out what's going to be impacting Clovis, to hearing the department priorities, and really focusing on commission priorities, which have been really down to these top 5, with staffing, and not in order, but staffing, economic development, quality of life, beautification, 6, roads and water. Is that correct? Is there anything anybody would additionally to throw out there?
No, ma'am.
I think that's enough.
Okay. So, as a closing activity, I want you all to just think quickly that 5 years from now, Clovis is being recognized as the best. I want each one of you to answer what the best is. So get it in your head, and we're going to go once around. And then what that will do is will tell us how this all fits together. And I think wrap us all up. So do you have it in your head?
No. It comes and it goes.
Okay. So I'm going to start over here. Since we heard from you early, you haven't had much to say. So really quick, Clovis is being recognized as the best.
One-stop shop for senior citizens to get everything they need under one roof.
Perfect. As the best.
The safest place to raise a family.
Perfect. And it doesn't have to apply to your area either, which is great, right? Yes. The best.
That was the same thing that Mr. Bunch had,
Okay.
community to live in.
Great.
Best place to raise a family.
Awesome.
Most transparent city in New Mexico.
Awesome.
Best place to, oh gosh.
I know. And it's worse that I'm standing here too.
To party?
The best place for entertainment and for economic development, for retail establishments and all that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
The place you want to live.
The friendliest, best customer service.
On the gigabit theme, the best place to work from home.
Yeah.
Great.
Best place to work in general.
Are you ready?
We can always say with them.
The best FBO between Dallas and Albuquerque.
There you go.
The best economic development recruiter in the region.
The fastest growing community in New Mexico.
I think everything's been said. The best place to raise your family and come back after where you want to start your life.
Great. So coming back home, right?
Best entertainment city in New Mexico.
There you go.
Having a sustainable water supply for our future children.
Best at retention of our youth and creating opportunities for young professionals.
The best people and the friendliest people in the world.
Best place to play, stop, and eat, and stay.
The most beautiful entrance into our city.
Okay. So after hearing that, have we covered everything? And is what is prioritized here and on your list, are we missing anything?